Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexoderm is one of the most highly sought-after products on the market. It visibly shrinks under eye bags and smooths out crow's feet in minutes, and the effects last up to 10 hours. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. In as little as 10 minutes, Plexoderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results. The best news, you can try Plexoderm for only $14.95. Plus, get free shipping. Call 1-800-598-6439. That's 1-800-598-6439. Or visit plexoderm.com/trial. Paid for by Sheer Science.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel strong.
Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good morning, I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. Yesterday, the Pittsburgh Penguins lost to the Philadelphia Flyers in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference quarterfinals series at PPG Paints Arena. Game 2 is Monday night. The Pittsburgh Pirates look to take Game 3 of their series versus the Tampa Bay Rays. They took Game 1, lost Game 2 last night 8-7. Mitch Keller is on the mound for the Pirates. He takes on Shane McClanahan of the Rays. Coverage begins at noon on 93.7 The Fan. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Live and local, even on the weekends. Let's go! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Oh, what a day it was yesterday. Vibes were high. Bucks and pucks. And it all kind of turned into a little bit of a stinker, didn't it? I think we all thought that at least one of the teams would have a chance to win yesterday. And if I had to pick, it would have been the hockey team because they're in do-or-die situation now. But at the end of the day, that's not how it works. And the Pirates and the Penguins both slide on Saturday and now have to rebound. And at 412-928-9370 this morning, the question is simple. Did yesterday waver your confidence in either group? Now, I understand that the question for the Pirates might be a little bit premature in April, but the more I watch this team, especially late in ball games, the more concerned I grow with the bullpen. The middle of the Pirates bullpen so far in 2026 has been bad. With the exception of a couple of guys named Soto, Santana, and you could throw Isaac Mattson in there, the bullpen has left a lot to be desired. And now we're at the point with the Pirates that, like, we can get to the point where it's, bullpens find ways to either win games or lose games for teams right on the cusp. And right now, the Pirates bullpen is finding ways for them to lose games. So that's why I mentioned that I'm a tad concerned. And I don't know if I would say that it wavers my confidence in the Pirates, but it might for you at 412-928-9370. As far as the Penguins are concerned, I was very concerned with what I watched last night. From the jump, it seemed like Philadelphia was the better team. Now, I am of the belief that the Flyers, as far as the talent goes, are not the most talented team in this series. I think it's the Penguins, top to bottom, especially with the Penguin stars. But from face-off, from puck drop yesterday, it just seemed like Philadelphia was the better team, and it stayed that way throughout the course of the game. And now the Penguins are at the point where, despite how much Dan Muse has impressed us in 2026, in 2025, 2026, despite how much the Penguins' first-year head coach has impressed not just the Penguins fans, but the hockey world, with him becoming and bursting onto the scene as the next, superstar NHL head coach. You're relying on a first-year head coach now to make the adjustments on the fly, and in the playoffs for the first time ever. Sorry, I have to adjust my headphones there for a moment. I went with the backwards hat for a little bit this morning. I don't even know if I properly introduced myself. My name's Jack Hillgrove. It's a Sunday morning right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I had to jump right into things this morning because for as high as the vibes were yesterday all day long, and for once, a sports Saturday in this town that included the Pirates and included a pretty sought-after promotional item at the ballpark, that Paul Skeens Cy Young bobblehead almost seemed ancillary compared to, actually, it definitely seemed ancillary compared to the actual sports being played within the lines, both on the North Shore and downtown, which was nice. Because think about how many times last year it was a Paul Skeens bobblehead or a Fireworks Friday or a free T-shirt or a insert promotional item here that got butts in seats in that ballpark. And now, if the Skeens bobblehead wasn't a thing last night, they probably still would have been pretty damn close to a sellout. So the Pirates, were fired up. The Pirates were hyped up. Obviously, it's playoff hockey for the first time in 4 years. That speaks for itself. The vibes were incredibly high yesterday. And then by the end of the night, with a couple of lengthy rain delays sandwiched in between there, ended up being kind of a stinker of a day. So I'm upset about it. Had to get that off my chest, and I got it off my chest to the point where I forgot to introduce myself in the show this morning. But the phone number is 412-928-9370. Does your confidence waver in either team after yesterday's performances from both the Pirates and the Penguins? 412-928-9370. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a little shaken up by the Penguins. My confidence is a little shaken in the hockey team in town for a couple of reasons. Number one, I thought Stuart Skinner played well last night, but I was concerned about the goaltending going into the playoffs. And, Stuart Skinner was what he was last night. 288 goals against average, save percentage below 900. Most of the time, the numbers in 2026 tell you that if you want to win a game in which Stuart Skinner is starting in net, you've got to score 4 times. And for what Stuart Skinner was and is this season, last night was pretty okay. But when you have 9 shots on goal well into halfway through the second period, that's not a recipe for combating average play in net. And that's what the Penguins had last night, was average play in net. I thought that he played well enough, especially early on. But what you see is what you get with Stuart Skinner. What the numbers are is what you saw last night. And you combine that with just coming out flat and really not looking like you had it at all last night, especially on the offensive end. All of a sudden, you go down 1-0. And they are the better team in this series. Don't get me wrong. The Penguins, I believe, and I believe that you believe, are the more talented team in this first round series. But guess what? You know, it's funny, too, because I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't watch a whole lot of playoff hockey the last several years. I don't really get into playoff hockey, quarterfinal, semifinal hockey without the Penguins involved. And obviously the Penguins were not involved at all for the last several years. Of course, you watch the Stanley Cup and you dabble in the conference finals, and I've done that. But, like, I haven't paid as much attention to playoff hockey the last couple of years since the Penguins haven't been in the playoffs. And I kind of forgot how crucial at times Game 1 is. All of a sudden, Game 2 kind of turns into a must-win on Monday night. Do you feel that way? I feel that way. Because you go down 2-0 and you got to go on the road to that place. Yikes. And the other thing, and before we get to the phones at 412-928-9370, and this is probably, you know, another element into why I'm concerned about the Penguins. Philadelphia brought the physicality right away. They out-hit the Penguins. They outshot the Penguins. And especially early on, I just felt like the Pens were late to the party. There was a quiet confidence about this group going into this postseason series, don't get me wrong, and rightfully so, but that was silenced pretty quick by a Philadelphia team that you could tell, obviously both teams didn't like each other last night, but I thought Philly brought the intensity early on, and it took Pittsburgh at least a while to match it, even if they did it all. Game 2 now turns into a must-win situation, and we're going to find out just how good of a hockey coach Dan Muse is. And for as good as a hockey coach as I think he is and will become, his first year as a big-time head coach in a playoff series. And I think at that point it's fair to wonder whether or not he'll be able to make the adjustments on the fly and get this team ready for Game 2. And that is not an indictment on who I think Dan Muse is as a coach. Everybody's got to learn. There are learning moments for everybody in every profession, and this is the first time he's guided a team into the Stanley Cup playoffs. So I think it's fair to question whether or not Dan Muse can make those adjustments heading into Monday in a must-win game on Monday, Game 2. Fan Twitter, you can watch us there, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 412-928-9370. Are you concerned with either team after yesterday's Bucks and Pucks doubleheader that was very hyped up? I was excited to watch it, and then by the end of the night, it turned into a big stinker. So are you concerned with either team? 412-928-9370. Let's check in with Guy in the Penn Hills. What's up, Guy?
How you doing, man?
Good, how are you? Good morning.
My ordeal was like, everybody was saying that the Pens are definitely just going to do it. But you knew the Philly was going to come in and just play as hard as they totally could. And that's the way it was going to be, even though the Pens, they were up and they went down, and that's just the way, it's the way it is, just keep your back on, keep your back on and don't let it fall down. And that's the way I got to say about it.
Yeah, bend and don't break. And thanks, Guy. I appreciate it. Next time you call in, be sure to turn your radio down in the background because that it's kind of annoying. Anyway, bend and don't break. backs against the wall a little bit here if you're the Penguins. And again, you're going to find out how good of a head coach Dan Muse is right now. And I think it's fair to question, despite him having a pretty darn good start to his head coaching career, I think it's fair to wonder whether or not he can make these adjustments for this team, because there needs to be a lot of them. I think it's fair to wonder whether or not Dan Muse can do it right away in the postseason. Because again, rookie head coach, first time in the Stanley Cup playoffs. 412-928-9370. We'll get into the Pirates as well. Obviously, the story of the morning, in my mind, is the Penguins falling in Game 1 of their first playoff series in 4 years to the Philadelphia Flyers 3-2. That's the story of the morning. That's the money topic of the morning, because it's the first playoff game the Penguins have played in several years, and it's a different team than the Penguins were in the playoffs the last time. This is an aging core. We've known that all season. They've played well all season, but some of these guys have to step up. Gino played his ass off last night with a goal and an assist, but these other guys need to show up as well. And you think about how good the Penguins have been in 2026. Why have they been as good as they've been all season long? Because they've gotten unbelievable contributions from several unlikely candidates. Igor Chinakhov, Anthony Mantha, Ben Kindle. Erik Karlsson elevates his play in 2026. If the Penguins want to win this series and want to make a run in the postseason, those guys absolutely have to play to the level that they did in the regular season. Igor Chinakhov, big nothing burger last night, no shots. Anthony Mantha, -1, only one shot. That guy scored more goals than anybody did for you in the regular season. We can't be talking about that for the duration of this series, for however long it lasts. That's why I think Game 2 is such a must-win, especially before you go on the road to Philadelphia, because Game 2 could provide the opportunity for the Chinakhovs and for the Manthas and Kindles of the world to reestablish the play that they had in the regular season, to make fans like me think, okay, you know what, they're fine. But if we get to a point, man, and we get about halfway through Game 2, and we're watching kind of the same type of game with Chinakhov and Mantha and Karlsson and Sid, for the lack of a better, it's so easy to expect so much out of Sidney Crosby, and he was a -1 last night with no points. And that might be low-hanging fruit a little bit, but that's your captain, and he's the best player in this series, or at least should be. And like I said, if we get through Game 2 and it's just the same sort of vibe, and Mantha and Chinakhov and Karlsson and Kindle are kind of nowhere to be found again, yikes. Those guys have to step up, but it's also on the head coach to adjust and put those guys in a position to succeed on the ice in Game 2. 412-928-9370. Are you concerned with the Penguins? I predicted them to win in 6 games. And I'm not going to walk back that prediction because I stick to my guns around here. But now I'm going to question how likely it is. Not just if it's a 6-game series in favor of the Penguins, but whether or not the Penguins can win this series. They got their butts kicked for 60 minutes last night at home in Game 1. And if you were there, I want to hear from you as well at 412-928-9370. I had buddies that were there, and I had a buddy in our group chat say that was one of the greatest sports atmospheres he's been in the last half decade. And I believe it. It looked intense. So I do want to hear about the atmosphere and also, like, how quickly did it get sucked out of the building, if at all, because of the way the Penguins played last night compared to Philly. 412-928-9370. Are you concerned, though? Let's check in with Mike and McDonald. Let's see if he's concerned. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Jack. How are you, man?
Good morning. How are you?
Good. A little deflated after watching last night, to be honest with you. The word that I would use to describe that effort was timid and uninspired more than anything. You could tell from the time the puck dropped, they were trying not to lose the game for a whole 60 minutes. They couldn't generate chances. They weren't shooting the puck. They were looking for the perfect shot. They had no puck possession. The Flyers were clogging up neutral ice. They just had nothing going. And after the first period, I was in a group chat as well. And I just said, they look scared. They look timid. A lot of guys, you could tell, it was kind of their first rodeo. Guys like, I'm glad you named Chinikov and Manta. The whole first line essentially did pretty much nothing. And that's deflating to me because you knew coming in that the Flyers were going to try to get us off our game. They were obviously very much going after Chinikov the entire time. And we just had no response. We had no pushback. And that's kind of like Sullivan era, like late Sullivan era type stuff.
I did get that. And I hate to say that, but you're absolutely right. That's the vibe that I got, especially the way they operated with man advantages. Like a couple of the power plays last night, I thought you described it perfectly, like looking for the perfect shot and being a little bit hesitant or timid, whatever you want to call it, on the power plays. And it's like, Vladar's had a good season, don't get me wrong, but like that guy was a journeyman goalie, up until halfway through last season when he was in Calgary, and he's had a good year in Philly. Again, don't get me wrong, I don't want to discredit him, but it's not like we're, talking about the Penguins facing off against like a Vasilevsky or a Ilya Sorokin or somebody like that. This is a guy that, played really well in the regular season, but playing well in the regular season for the first time in a while as a NHL starting goalie is way different than, continuing that in the playoffs. And they had the opportunity, or they should have had the opportunity, to pepper this guy a little bit, especially with him going into a hostile environment, and they did not make it tough on him at all. And I think that was one of the things that I anticipated and hoped they would do, especially early with a goalie that for the most part of his NHL career was a journeyman up until this year. Make it uncomfortable for him in the postseason. And they didn't do that last night.
Yeah, Jack, I think honestly, it's, you watch the power plays that they couldn't even enter and get puck possession in those power plays. They went off sides, I think, 3 times in like 7 seconds. They were just completely thrown off their game from start to finish. The other thing is, I think we can all agree to this. When the Igloo was, done, and we went over to PPG or Consol, I'm just not a huge fan of the inorganic chanting atmosphere where you need to beat the drum 3 times and chant "Let's go Pens." It seems like something's been lost in this white collar, PPG arena. I know it was buzzing last night. I had a friend there as well who said it was buzzing, but I just don't get the same feel watching it on TV. And I feel like the Flyers took them completely out of their game. I think they took the fans out of their game. I think they took the air out of the building. How can you not be nervous going into Game 2? I think you put it perfectly. It is an absolute must-win for the Penguins Game 2. You're not going to go to Philly and win 2 games.
No. And it's funny, Mike, and I've got some other people on hold, so thanks for the call, man. If they would have drew like Columbus or even Washington in the first round, I would not feel as scared going into a hostile environment in Game 3 and Game 4 down 2-0 in a playoff series. I would not feel as scared as I would being down 2-0 going into Philly. DB Cooper in the YouTube chat. Rookie head coach, first time Stanley Cup playoffs, quoting me. Ever heard of Dan Bilesma or Mike Sullivan? I have, DB Cooper. But you know what Dan Bilesma and Mike Sullivan had when they made their cup runs into, their first season in the league? Better versions of Crosby and Malkin. Malkin in his prime. I don't know if Sid is in his prime anymore. I think it would be unfair to the totality of Sid's career to suggest that he's still in his prime. He's still a very good hockey player and one of the best in the world. But when Dan Bilesma and Mike Sullivan were making their cup runs in their first, half seasons as NHL head coaches with the Penguins, they had better versions of those guys. They had better goaltending. And I don't even know that I would count Mike Sullivan, DB Cooper, because he was not a rookie head coach when he came to the Penguins. He had a run in Boston earlier than that and then ended up in the Penguins organization. So, yeah, I think it's still, regardless, fair to question whether or not Dan Muse can figure it out in a couple of days. And you're going to find out how good of a head coach Dan Muse is to this point in his NHL career with the fact that they have to make adjustments on the fly. Scott in Uniontown. What's up, Scott? Good morning, man.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked at the way you're selling out the Penguins so fast.
Why?
And saying, you were contradicting yourself a little bit there.
How?
You had said that, the Penguins had so much to fix, that the head coach has so much to fix. And the other day, the Penguins were going to win. I mean, it's one game. We didn't get crushed. It was
the other day, Scott, I felt like they were far and away the more talented team in the series, and I watched that game and felt like the Penguins got their asses kicked for 60 minutes on their home ice. Did you watch that game last night and feel warm and fuzzy about what you saw from defensively from those guys? The fact that they only had 9 shots halfway through the second period. The Flyers came into PPG Paints Arena, Scott, and completely took the crowd out of it and completely outplayed the Penguins for 60 minutes. Out-physicaled them from the get-go in their own building. So, I'm concerned. I'm concerned.
That's not the final answer. That isn't the final. I mean, that's
what
one game.
What do you mean it's not the final? They lost and got their asses kicked, Scott.
That's one game. One game, and it happens. But it doesn't mean the Penguin season is over.
If they lose 3 more, Scott, they're done. And thanks for the call. And I don't understand it's one game argument in a 7-game playoff series. What are we doing? This is a team that hasn't won a playoff series since 2018 with a rookie head coach with subpar goaltending that got their asses kicked for 60 minutes on home ice yesterday. I don't feel warm and fuzzy, and I can't look back at this series and go, or this game and go, it was only one game. I'm concerned with the way the Penguins looked last night, and I'm concerned with the fact that the coach is in his first year and might not be able to figure out right now how to make adjustments in a playoff series. I hope he can. I'm confident he can. But I think it's fair to question whether or not Dan Muse can make these adjustments as an NHL head coach of the playoffs because he's never done it before. Let's go to KP in the car. What's up, KP?
Hey, how you doing? Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, I just want to start off by saying, as soon as I turned that game on from the first puck drop, I knew it was over. I mean, in the first 5 minutes, there were a bunch of penalties. The Pens were getting out-muscled, out-physical. You could tell that Philadelphia was in their head from the get-go.
Yeah, and I mean the other thing, too, you just watch that game, like you said, KP, for the first 5 minutes, and the Flyers came in a hostile environment and set the tone. And the Penguins could not allow that to happen last night, even if the shots were even, or even if the hits were a little bit more even. The Penguins weren't getting out hit. You can't let the opposition come in and establish the tone of the game as early on as they did, and that's what happened last night.
And like you said, they looked very pedestrian, very timid. It was almost like they've never played together before. I mean, a loss is a loss, but you expect it to be a little more competitive than what it was, especially when you have 3 dudes who've been in the league 20 years. You know, you're talking about 3 future Hall of Famers against a bunch of young dudes. I mean, we should have at least made it look interesting. But, I mean, I think I'm very concerned. I wouldn't be surprised if we go down 4-1 or 4-0. Have a good day.
You too, man. Enjoy Sunday. I mean, the Penguins did end up out-hitting Philadelphia by the end of the night, 41-40. It didn't feel that way. I checked that this morning, and I was like, really? It didn't feel that way, and I think a lot of you would agree with that statement. But the stat, if you're gonna go hunting in the box score after this game, 15 giveaways. 15 of them last night for the Penguins, to the Flyers 11. And the Penguins only had 3 takeaways. And in a game like that, you might need to have a couple of takeaways, more than just 3, to take advantage and create opportunities. And that didn't happen last night. But the more, of a black eye as far as the stat column goes, 15 giveaways at home in game 1. It's a butt whooping. Let's go to Brian in New Brighton before we go to break. Hey, Brian, what's up?
Good morning.
Morning.
I think that the decision before the series is what led up to game 1. I really think that they looked sluggish. They looked like they haven't played in 2 weeks, and they ran into a team that is younger. They have more athleticism right now. They're faster. They've been playing playoff hockey for over 2 months, where they just kept it going, and the Pens looked sluggish. The turnovers, a lot of them were just misconnections or fanned, passes that I think hopefully momentum's a huge deal in the playoffs, but hopefully they gain it back. The other decision made that I really don't agree with is, the Raquel, I think, go back to what got you to the dance. And yeah, over the last month or so, we've switched up the lineup a little bit, but put Chinikov back with Malkin and the Rust, Raquel, Sid, it's the connection, it's the familiarity I think they really struggled with last night.
Yeah, you know what, Brian, I agree with you, and thanks for the call, man. And I don't think that's such a big change if they were to do that, because of the continuity, like you said, with Chinikov on Malkin's line at points in the season. I agree. I would put Chinikov back with Evgeny Malkin and try and go about that line that way, and then put Rickard Rakell back up top with Crosby and Rust. I mean, go with what got you there. And, I think it's also unfair to cite this to an extent, but I'm going to. Think about how well Connor Dewar, Noel Chari, Blake Lizotte, that fourth line played, and how productive that fourth line was to the Penguins' hot streak before the Olympic break. And Lizotte missed time. Achari, Dewar, they missed time this season, and that line has not been so continuity-filled down the stretch. But I've said this before, and especially when I've said this talking about this first line, you go back to those cup teams in 16 and 17 with Matt Cullen centering that fourth line, Tom Kuhnackel and Eric Fair, and whatever combination of guys were on that fourth line. I think the Penguins were as good as they were and were Stanley Cup teams the way that they were, in large part because of how productive that fourth line is. And with the way that this team plays, and the fact that Dan Hughes will roll out 4 lines, and that the fourth line will get more ice time than the average fourth line on any other team, they've got to be more productive. Unfair, maybe, because of, to suggest, it's the fourth line, and you don't want to expect much out of them compared to the top line when the top 6 aren't scoring. But I think it's fair to note that, when the Penguins were Stanley Cup contenders and winners, they had very, very good play coming from the fourth line. And I thought that in the regular season, if they wanted to be that cup contender team again, the fourth line had to play the way it did before the Olympic break. And if they can get back to that, I'll feel entirely different about this series. But I think it's fair to say that fans should be concerned all of a sudden with this playoff series against Philadelphia. 412-928-9370. Are you as concerned as I am with the Penguins after what you watched last night as the Flyers come to town and set the tone and win game 1 3-2? 412-928-9370. 93.7 The Fan of the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches send us an email to youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. Pirates did not play well yesterday either. 8-7 in a 13-inning rain delay filled, I don't want to call it an extravaganza, display of baseball, elongated display of baseball. Sure, it's early. But regardless, the bullpen did not do this team any favors yesterday. And despite the offense being able to fight and claw back at times, and even in extra innings, they still lost the game. Why? The bullpen. It stinks. And that's got to change. We can talk Bucks. We can talk pucks at 412-928-9370. My name's Jack Hillgrove. It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. The Philadelphia Flyers take Game 1 of the Eastern Conference quarterfinals 3-2 over the Pittsburgh Penguins. A scoreless first period, and then the goals came from the second and third period on. Evgeny Malkin had a goal and assist. Brian Rust netted a goal as well. Stuart Skinner made 17 saves on 20 shots. Game 2 is Monday at 7 p.m. Today, the Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Tampa Bay Rays in the finale of their series. Coverage begins at noon on 93.7 The Fan. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA 074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. aquickdrain.com.
Pittsburgh International Airport's on-site parking provides the most convenient and cost-efficient parking options. The shuttle lot is in close proximity to the new terminal with a less than 10-minute travel time by shuttle, offering the lowest price parking option when you book early at parkatpitt.com. Visit parkatpitt.com to review all parking options and receive special offers. That's parkatpitt.com.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Recently, our company softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day, land rewards, and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Spring into April savings at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. Drive home in a brand new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payments starting at $239 for 36 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Remember your first football game? The sound of the crowd, the smell of the grill, the moment you fell in love with the sport. Now it's your turn to pass on that moment at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. Families walk through the greatest moments in football history and create new memories of their own. From legendary artifacts to stories that span generations, it's an experience every family should share. The hall is located less than 2 hours from Pittsburgh, so make the short drive to greatness. Plan your visit at ProFootballHof.com.
There's a new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe, and they can't wait to meet you. Smale Chevrolet Latrobe is officially open and now part of the Smale Auto Group family. They invite you to come in and experience a high standard of sales and service, and what better way to celebrate than with Chevy Truck Month. Right now, they're offering the Chevy Supplier Discount to everyone. That's right, you pay what the suppliers pay on Smale Chevrolet's incredible lineup of Silverado trucks and Equinox SUVs. Big savings, and the trucker SUV you've been dreaming of. Visit them today on Route 30 in Latrobe or online at SmaleChevrolet.com. Smale Chevrolet, welcome to our family. Together, let's drive.
Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Tops Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated kids zone. Next Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the field at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, here's a list of the upcoming ticket drops for the night before, featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit on Wednesday. Couple today, or actually tomorrow, excuse me. One tomorrow at the Ross Park Mall. 1000 Ross Park Mall is the address there. And then on Tuesday at Bowser Chevy, which is on 1600 Golden Mile Highway in Monroeville. 25 pairs of tickets given out 4 to 5 p.m. on Monday at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville, and then 5 to 6 p.m. tomorrow at the Ross Park Mall. Jack Hillgrove with you until 10 o'clock this morning right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 412-928-9370 is the number. Are you concerned with the Pittsburgh Penguins? After Philly came here last night, established the tone, and for the lack of a better term, just beat the Penguins' asses for 60 minutes. 412-928-9370. I'm concerned. I'm concerned because what got this team to this point was not on display last night. That being Anthony Mantha and Igor Chinakhov displaying 30 goal scoring capabilities. Mantha did it. Chinakhov probably would have done it if he played at the same pace for the Penguins all season long before the trade with Columbus. Both of those guys put up nothing burgers last night. Skinner played well, but as far as his performance goes, I think a lot of that reflected how poor the defense did at times and how bad the Penguins, took care of the puck or the lack thereof, especially near the top of the blue line offensively.
I thought Skinner was probably the reason why that game wasn't 6-2.
And if the Penguins lose on Monday, this series all of a sudden becomes a hell of a lot harder to win. They cannot let the Flyers have a repeat performance, because if you go down 2-0 and have to go out there, that's about as nightmare of a nightmare scenario as you can draw up. And what's funny about it is if you ask me to pick, like if you said, Jack, this series will 100% certainly be 1-1 going to Philly, what would you rather have happen? Them win game 1 and lose game 2 or vice versa? I would much rather have what could potentially happen is that the Penguins win game 2 going into Philly. And then you feel really different about this series in a matter of 48 hours. And that's what's funny about playoff hockey is things can change on a dime. Feelings and momentum can change on a dime. But this is a team that looked sluggish and slow and turned the puck over and didn't really play for the lack of a better term, they didn't play the way that they played all season long. And how they played all season long was getting unbelievable production from guys like Igor Chinakhov and Anthony Mantha and Erik Karlsson to an extent. And Karlsson had an assist last night, but still. They need their guys that carried them to this point in the season, other than the core, to be those guys. Think about, I don't know if it's unfair to compare this team to the Cup teams in 16 and 17, but the Cup teams in 16 and 17 were that. Stanley Cup winning hockey teams and teams that were capable of making deep runs in the playoffs. Think about that team for a moment. And the elevation of play that Jake Gensel had going into the postseason. Yeah, he was one of their biggest goal-scoring threats in the regular season, but think about the way that Jake Gensel turned it up to 11 for the postseason. They need that same sort of production out of a guy like Anthony Mantha or Igor Chinakhov. And now I think it's fair to wonder with those guys sort of coming on this season in the regular season. Chinakhov much younger than Mantha. Mantha, the question is, was this regular season flash in the pan for him? You know, I think it's fair to wonder whether or not those guys are capable of it on the postseason stage. 412-928-9370. From Mike McCarthy, USA. Bruce in Greenfield. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I'm not going to say I'm worried about the Penguins. Now, I did bet the Flyers to win the series. Am I rooting for the Flyers? No way. But I got to say something about last night's game and every game and a tough match I got. I'm so sick and tired of Malkin and Crosby. All those two guys are is two crybabies. With the display that Crosby put on at the end of the game last night was a disgrace. He's like that all the time in a tough game when they lose. And Malkin, with that stick, someone's just going to sucker punch him someday.
Bruce, I don't know.
He's dangerous with it.
Bruce, are you a Penguin fan? Jeez Louise. Starts the call with saying he bet the Flyers to win the series and then complaining about Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin. Now, I understand that both of those guys need to play better and that both of those guys need to be those guys, which, yes, of course, that's a very redundant statement, but like, you know, play the way that you got here. And the way that you got here is with Anthony Mantha and with Igor Chinakhov and those guys playing at an extremely high level. 412-928-9370. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. If you're looking to retire soon, let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. High of 54 today, low of 34. Rain tonight. If you're going to the Bucco series finale, definitely a different vibe weather-wise compared to the last couple of days. Happy April, ladies and gents. 412-928-9370. Are you concerned with the Penguins after one game? Yes, we had a caller earlier in the morning say, oh, it's just one game. Is that a valid argument in the postseason? 412-928-9370. I'm not sure that it is. I would call myself concerned, and I want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. We'll continue the Penguins discussion when we come back. We'll also get into the Pirates as well. The bullpen, man, yikes. If your name's not Matson, Soto, or Santana, I'm not sure how safe your job is in the Pirates bullpen. And that's something that needs to change as the Pirates fall to 12-9 on the season. The good news is for the Pirates is that if you look at these games this year, especially the ones that they lost, 9 games, right? They're 12-9. 4 of them are by one run. And 3 of them are in extra innings. So with the exception of like that 5-0 game to start the series against the Padres on April 6th and maybe opening day, but obviously they jumped out to a lead on opening day, the Pirates have had a chance to win almost every one of these games. Oh, the 8-2 loss to the Padres as well to end the series. The Pirates have had a chance to win like what? 17, 18 of the 21 games that they've played so far. That's awesome. And that's in large part because of the offense and obviously the starting pitching being what it is. But I fear that we get to the middle point of the season and the Pirates aren't where we think they can be because the middle of the bullpen struggles and is blowing games. And we've seen that this season, and we saw it last night. 412-928-9370, Bucks and Pucks talk on a Sunday morning. Colin Beasley of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette will join us in about an hour as we get set for this series finale between the Tampa Bay Rays and the Pittsburgh Pirates at 1:35. It is Mitch Keller against Shane McClanahan for the Tampa Bay Rays at 1:35. We're taking you up until 10 o'clock in More Ways to Win Radio with FanDuel and Pony. And then the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at noon. That is the landscape. That is the schedule. That is the vibe for us on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on this crappy Sunday weather-wise afternoon and crappy morning after a couple of stinkers last night as the Bucks and the Penguins both fall in a pretty big-time game. So 412-928-9370. We'll break it all down for you this morning. And again, I'm with you until 10 o'clock. It's Jack Hillgrove on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Today, it's the Pittsburgh Pirates versus the Tampa Bay Rays in Game 3 of their series. The two teams have split the first 2 games. Mitch Keller will take the mound for Pittsburgh. Shane McClanahan for Tampa Bay. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at noon on 93.7 The Fan. The Ben Charrington Show at 12:35. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. we've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the faceoffs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode too. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't.
For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington's spring sales drive is on. And the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. And now through April 30th, take home a new 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander with premium interior, advanced safety, and third row seating starting under $30,000. Get yours today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. And with our trade assistance, get $3,000 minimum for your trade when you purchase a new vehicle.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Call 470-594-5294 for offer details.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490.fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
This September, something big is coming. Fest PGH, a one-day music and arts festival at Highmark Stadium, featuring Switchfoot and a full lineup of live music, plus art, family fun, ways to give back, and a powerful outdoor mass. Hosted by the Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh, it's a day to connect, serve, and celebrate together. Tickets are free, but space is limited. Reserve yours now at festpgh.org, September 19th. Reserve your free tickets today.
Best club fitters are at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. You will see ball flight not just 5 feet and drop like other golf stores. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is the only place to get your new golf club. Plus, April is demo month. Set up your time today.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good morning, I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates look to take Game 3 of their series with the Tampa Bay Rays. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at noon with Dan Zangrilli and the Ben Charrington Show at 12:35 on 93.7 The Fan. The Philadelphia Flyers take Game 1 of the Eastern Conference quarterfinals over the Pittsburgh Penguins yesterday, 3-2. Game 2 is Monday at 7 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More headlines at 937thefan.com.
If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend.
That's cool.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Philboy Studge 007 in the YouTube chat. Cam Sanders, Evan Sisk, Johan Ramirez really stunk it up out of the bullpen. Mattson and Soto were great. That is the story of the Pirates in 2026, 21 games into an 162-game season. Mattson, Soto, Santana, when they get the opportunity, fantastic. And it's like, do you adjust, right? And the answer to this question is probably no, because think about where we are as a Major League Baseball consuming world with the pitch counts that these starting pitchers have. I mean, I think Skeens had, 62 or 63 pitches after the 4 innings that they played last night before the game got delayed. Yeah, you knew he was done. Mitch Keller getting pulled at 70-some pitches in a scoreless start a couple of weeks ago. Braxton Ashcraft, a 1-run start, gets pulled sub-80 pitches. Like, that's the way this thing goes now. And I'm sure, like, once you get to a point in the middle of the season, the pitch count and stuff will go up as these guys get ramped up. But all the games count the same. A win or a loss in April is the same as a win or a loss in July or August. So if we're going to be at a point now with these starting pitchers where they get pulled at 60, 70, 75 pitches, that's in the 6th and 7th inning of baseball games. Well before the 7th inning at points. So you need viable relief options in the back half of the 6th inning or for the entirety of the 6th inning. And right now the Pirates don't have that. If your idea or your vibe is Matson, Soto, Santana, 7, 8, 9, it doesn't really seem that way because it seems like Soto and Santana in the 9th inning is more of a matchup-based decision by Don Kelly, which is fine. And then de facto Matson 8th inning, then you're making up for 2 innings of relief. And Yohan Ramirez has been good in spots this year, especially right away, right? I mean, in relief, in long relief on opening day. It started right away for him. But like Evan Sisk was not good enough to make the roster out of spring training and gets called up 18 or whatever games into the season and shows you why he didn't make the roster out of spring training. Cam Sanders comes up and blows the lead yesterday. Mason Montgomery's had his issues. Justin Lawrence has had his issues. They need to re-identify and figure, FITFO. We're going to use an acronym to substitute for words that we can't say on the air. Don Kelly needs to FITFO in the middle of this bullpen. And you might be saying, Jack, well, hold on. It's April. Sure, small sample size, whatever cliche you want to throw out there about April baseball. But April baseball counts the same as August baseball. The wins and losses count the same as they do in game 21 and in game 121. And the Pirates are in a spot right now with the exception of like 3, maybe 4 games in the first 21, they've had a chance to win them all. And in large part, they're 12-9 and not 17-4. And I mean, don't get me wrong, 17-4 is a hilarious, unrealistic ask, but like they're 12-9 right now and not like 15-6 because the bullpen struggled. The middle of the bullpen has struggled. And that's got to change, especially if what we want this team to be in 2026 comes to fruition. 412-928-9370. A happy Sunday morning to you. My name's Jack Hillgrove. This is obviously Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, and I say a happy Sunday morning in large part only a greeting, because it's not really a happy Sunday morning. The weather sucks. Both teams lost yesterday, and the Penguins losing obviously carries more weight because it's in a postseason environment. But like between... it's funny. Going into yesterday, I woke up jazzed, like unbelievably fired up. You work in small market television and you work in TV sports, period. You're not going to get a whole lot of Saturdays and Sundays off. With what we have planned for our draft coverage this week, I scored a Saturday off yesterday and a Sunday off today. Very fired up about it. Regardless, though, I was off yesterday, right? Wake up, check the forecast, gorgeous for the first at least, 12 or so hours of the day. Tee time at 10:30. Only the second time I played this year. Nuking it off the tee. I shot 82. Felt really good about my round yesterday. The weather was great. Didn't have to wear a hoodie at all when I played. And had a good time with the boys. It's very rare that you get all 4 high school guys all four of your high school buddies together. And we did that yesterday. One of my high school buddies is a kid, and they're trying for another one. So he's a little bit busier nowadays than normal. So we got the group of my four buddies from high school together for a round of golf yesterday. It was great. Go home, shower, grab a meatball sub, showered, ready to roll. Threw on my hockey jersey and was ready to roll. Buddies I played golf with yesterday, with the exception of the one that's got a 1-year-old, we go out to Mike's Beer Bar, watched the game last night. And the vibes in that place and on the North Shore were immaculate. Rightfully so, right? Weather's gorgeous. Paul Skeens bobblehead. Paul Skeens pitching on Paul Skeens bobblehead. The team pretty damn good for the most part for the first 20 games. And not only that, the hockey team was playing in a playoff game for the first time in 4 years across town. An incredible vibe yesterday, with everything encompassing it. And then, I think, a 2-hour and 10-minute rain delay or whatever it was. They moved the start time of the game up. Rightfully so. They probably should have moved the game up an hour early, and they might have got 5 innings in. That's neither here nor there. But they moved the start time of the game up. Game still gets delayed, ends up in 13 innings, knockdown, drag out, and they fall 8-7. And then the Penguins, before the rain delay and the extra innings extravaganza at PNC Park, the Penguins lay an egg. So it's funny, I had a great day yesterday despite it all. Golf, hanging with the boys, the whole 9 yards. And by the end of the night, you're like, oh, man. And then you wake up Sunday morning and the weather is just 30 or 40 degrees colder than it was yesterday. And the vibes kind of change. And that's okay, because the Pirates still have an opportunity to win this series today. And the Penguins have an opportunity to turn this around and take a 1-1 series into Philadelphia. 412-928-9370 is the number if you want to join the conversation. I'm concerned about what I saw from the Penguins yesterday. Not so much about Stuart Skinner, who I thought played pretty well in large part of the game, the game yesterday. I thought that second goal that Philly scored was one that he had to have. But other than that, it was a 1-goal game for a majority of the game yesterday. And if we're going to pin this game and pin this loss on one facet or, one person or multiple people, Stuart Skinner's far down the list. But this team's got to play better, because what you see is what you get with Stuart Skinner. The stats are what they are. It's going to, more often than not, he's going to give up 3 goals, and you've got to score 4 to win. And the Penguins can do that. They average 5.3 a game this year. But the offense looked flat, and the offense looked stale, and the team looked slow and got outplayed. And you can't have that happen, especially when you try to set the tone for Game 1 in a Stanley Cup playoff series. The Penguins had the advantage in that regard. A starving fan base, a fired-up crowd, a crowd that hasn't seen a playoff hockey game in 4 years. You had that on your side and an opportunity to set the tone for the series. And they did not do that. Philadelphia did. And now the Penguins have somewhat of an uphill battle in Game 2 on Monday night at 7 o'clock to reestablish that tone. Because now all of a sudden Game 2 turns into a must-win. So are you concerned with the Penguins? 412-928-9370. I am. And if I were to rate my concern scale on a scale of 1 to 10, I would probably put it about an 8.5. Would you go that high? 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, and the text line. Also the same number as the hotline, 412-928-9370. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Yeah, I'm concerned. I'm concerned with the Penguins. I'm concerned with their ability to be able to turn it around. And if they don't, I hate to say it, but if they go down 2-0, headed to Philly, kiss them goodnight. 412-928-9370. The one thing that Rick Tocchet has that Dan Muse doesn't have is playoff experience as an NHL head coach. He's coached in, as a head coach, 22 career playoff games. And not to mention, on the bench with Mike Sullivan as an assistant when the Penguins were winning Stanley Cups. That's something that Dan Muse does not have. Rick Tocchet also has a Jack Adams to his credit. A couple of seasons ago. That's something Dan Muse does not have either. One day, and I strongly believe this, Dan Muse will have a Jack Adams award. One day, Dan Muse will coach in a lot of playoff games. But that's not today. Dan Muse is a rookie head coach in the NHL and has yet to prove, because he's a rookie head coach in the NHL, that he's got the ability to create these adjustments and turn this thing around going into, game 2 on Monday night. That's not discrediting Dan Muse, who I've said before, and I'll say it again, has done a phenomenal job in 2025, 2026, because nobody predicted this team to be in the spot that they are now. But everybody learns along the way in whatever profession that they do. And Dan Muse is going to take some lumps as a postseason coach along the way. And we had a YouTube commenter say, ever hear of Dan Bilesma or Mike Sullivan? Well, yeah, but Dan Muse did not inherit what Dan Bilesma or Mike Sullivan inherited when they took over in their first year as the head coach of the Penguins. Both of those guys inherited the best player in the world in their prime, arguably the second best player in the world in their prime, an elite goaltending, and pretty darn good defense. Dan Muse doesn't have any of that. Dan Muse has had average goaltending at best. And still pretty darn good stuff from Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin, but neither one of those guys are in their prime anymore. Evgeny Malkin certainly isn't, and I said this last hour as well. For as good as Sidney Crosby has been, I think it's unfair to Sid to suggest that he's still in his prime, because Sidney Crosby was just such an unbelievable player, 5-10 years ago, and it's unfair to the totality of Sid's career to say that he's still in his prime. He's still a very good player, don't get me wrong, probably a top 5 player in the league, but that just goes to show you the type of career he's had, and we know that well and good in this town. But the fact that Sidney Crosby is still a top 5 player in the league, as the player really he not once was, goes to show you again the totality of his career. Nonetheless, Dan Muse, what he's inherited in season 1 as an NHL head coach and season 1 as the head coach of the Penguins does not even come close to compare what Mike Sullivan inherited in 15-16 and what Dan Bilesma inherited in 08-09. And also, not to call the YouTube commenter out again, but he was like, well, Mike Sullivan was not a rookie head coach in 16-17. Once upon a time, the head coach of the Boston Bruins in 03-04 and 05-06. So he had at least had experience as an NHL head coach beforehand. That's neither here nor there. The point still states they've got to play better. 412-928-9370. Are you concerned? Are you as concerned as I am with this group? I would rate the concern level at an 8.5 out of 10. What say you? 412-928-9370. For as well as they've played in the regular season, I don't want to say I feel duped, but I don't not feel duped. Maybe these are just rash reactions and overreactions to a crappy game on Saturday night. Like, were we duped? Were we, as fans and radio hosts and people that watch and consume and love this franchise, like, were we naive and silly to think that, like, Anthony Mantha having a 30-plus goal season out of nowhere for the first time in his veteran career? Like, were we silly to think that that was automatically going to continue in the postseason? Igor Chinakhov out of nowhere becomes the player he becomes in a Penguin uniform. Lost in the shuffle in a dead-to-rights career in Columbus, comes to Pittsburgh and plays his ass off for a majority of the regular season. Were we silly to think that that would continue in a postseason? Well, Erik Karlsson stunk as a Penguin for the better part of the first, 2 years he was here, and all of a sudden he becomes like the Norris Trophy contending defenseman that he's been before. Like, were we naive in thinking that would automatically continue going into the postseason? These are not things that I'm thinking. I'm just kind of talking out loud, and these are things that we can talk through together at 412-928-9370. Like, these are the thoughts that kind of stew in your head after a performance like last night. 412-928-9370. My concern rating is an 8.5 out of 10. What's yours? Let's go to John in Charleroi. What's up, John? Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Jack. Hey, I'll agree with you as far as if we go down 2-0, that's trouble. I'm not concerned yet. I'd say I'm around at 7.
Okay. I think that's still, I would, listen, here's the thing. Whatever you would rate the concern 1 to 10, I did not think it was going to be as high as 6, 7, 8 like some of us have been saying this morning, because I expected this team to come out and set the tone at home. I mean, you think about how starving we as a Penguins fan base has been for postseason hockey, and the ability that the Penguins had last night based off of the energy in that building alone to come out and set the tone, and they didn't last night. And that's, I think, why I'm so concerned, because for as much as Dan Hughes has revitalized this team through 82 games in the regular season, they looked like a Mike Sullivan-led team last night. And that's why I'm more concerned than I thought I would be, going into Sunday morning.
Right. I want to say one other thing also, Jack. And we've seen it all year. That transition turnover, that is what was the most alarming about the whole game for me. I mean, Malkin, they got to quit turning that puck over like
15
that.
of them, 15 giveaways yesterday, John. That's atrocious.
Ridiculous. Right.
Yeah, that they've got to clean things up. They've got to make adjustments. There's a lot they've got to do going into Monday night, man. I appreciate the call, John. Enjoy your Sunday. And it's going to be on damn Hughes at this point. It's plain and simple. Yes, the players have to play better, but the coach has to make the adjustments. And you're going to find out a lot about Dan Hughes on Monday night. From one John to another, from Charleroi to Swickley we go. John, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I didn't think it would be as high as a 6 or a 7 coming out of last night's game, but I'm also a little bit hesitant to be down in the dumps right away, because I feel like in Pittsburgh we got a little bit of round one anxiety in the playoffs coming off of the Steelers season. Do you think it was worse? Do you think we're looking at a worse outlook here than the Steelers playoff drought?
No, I don't.
What's your thoughts on that?
That's actually a really good question. But because here's the thing, John, and I think you'll agree with me here. Like, the Penguins did not play well last night. We can all agree. And what year was it they got swept by the Islanders? 2019, I believe, Like, if I look back on even that Islanders series in which they got swept by Barry Trotz and company, like, I'm not even sure that performance and getting swept compares to, like, giving up 400 rushing yards to Derrick Henry in Baltimore or what we saw against the Texans last year. Like, it's a good point. We are, as a fan base and people that watch sports in this town, so sour by what we've seen by the Steelers in the playoffs that we might automatically jump to the gun here. Look, here's the deal. They're not going to get swept. I was as concerned as I was last night and after the game last night, I didn't watch that game and think, oh man, they might not even win a game this series. They're going to turn it around based off of talent alone because they are the most talented team this series. And I think that's the most frustrating thing about it, John, is that they are way more talented on paper, I think, than the Flyers are. And they were outplayed last night, and obviously that's why they lost. So the talent level alone, I think, will hopefully get them back into this series.
Yeah, I think talent level is a big part of it. I think we have guys who have been in these situations before and, lose a game one in the first round of the playoffs. That's not new for a lot of these veteran players. So Dan Muse will make some adjustments, what's needed, and, they'll lead the way for us. So I think my outlook's still positive, but not the foot I wanted to start out the series on, right?
No, absolutely not, John. Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. Sounds like you're driving, so please do so safely. 412-928-9370. 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send us an email to youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. And we've done that for the last couple of youth baseball and softball seasons. I love that we do that as a radio station. I believe that we were in Greensburg yesterday for the baseball and softball opening day in the Greensburg area, and that's awesome. The fact that, I put myself, and I sucked at baseball, but, as a little kid growing up, you play baseball. I feel like it's a rite of passage to either, play youth baseball or youth soccer, T-ball, and then if you've got it, you go from there. I didn't have it. That's why I quit playing in, middle school. But if I put myself back in the shoes of, T-ball age Jack, and if 93.7 The Fan made a stop to the Baldwin Youth Baseball Association, back in the day, I would have thought that was the coolest thing in the world. So a cool opportunity for your youth baseball and softball associations to capitalize on that. And I think it's a really awesome thing that we do here at 93.7 The Fan. It's not awesome talking about yesterday. Yeah, it's easy to sit here and complain and get fired up and take phone calls, but I would much rather, and that's what the cruel thing about this profession at times. I think that sports talk radio is a lot easier when, the Steelers are getting blown out in a wild card round, or last night happens, or days like yesterday happened, because you just get fired up like everybody else. You get pissed, and then that inspires people to call in, and they get pissed, and then you have a discussion back and forth. Ironically, I think it gets a little bit more challenging when everything's going well. But I would much rather have a more difficult show bright and early on a Sunday morning, but be talking about the Pirates and the Penguins winning games yesterday. Because at the end of the day, I was born and raised in the South Hills. I live, breathe, and die these pro sports teams and Pitt football and basketball in this town. Always have, always will. So for as easy as it can be sometimes after, the teams get blown out or play like crap, to host a radio show after a stinker of a day that we saw yesterday, I would much rather be talking about wins this morning. So I did want to publicly get that out there, but I think if you listen to me often enough, you know that's the case. 412-928-9370. Where's your concern level with the Penguins? Mine's at an 8.5 out of 10. If you had to rate it, do it at 412-928-9370. Ed's in the car. Now he's on the fan. What's up, Ed?
Hey, I'll give it a 7. I hate to use a Tomlinism, but Mike used to always say, we don't live in our fears. And I have to go back and wonder if us sitting all of our players for those games prior to the playoffs actually took some continuity of playing together out of the mix here. And I got to wonder if Philadelphia did that, because now these guys have to get back to get used to playing with each other again, where they hadn't for a number of days.
Here's the deal, Ed. I think it's unfair to compare it to how Philadelphia went down the stretch, because Philly needed their horses to make the playoffs. I mean, I think they were 15-6-1 or 19-6-1 since the end of February. So, like, they needed those guys to get in. And if you go back and look at the standings and the way that the end of the regular season transpired, like, they needed those guys. So while I think it's unfair to compare it, I think you're absolutely right. Like, hindsight very much 20/20 at this point. But, maybe Dan Hughes should have went about it better. Yes, those guys needed rest at the end of the season. Malkin's 39, Crosby's 38, and they both missed a significant amount of time post the Olympic break. They were banged up. But I still feel like there was a better way to go about getting your veterans and your guys rest versus how they did at the end of the season, because they came out flat last night. And while, maybe that was due to some other things, Ed, with the way that they played, you bringing up this morning that maybe they should have went about it resting those guys at the end of the regular season is a very valid gripe, because they look like slow and sluggish and that they haven't played like, they usually play in a couple of games, and that was absolutely the case.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. See, every time I do that, I feel like I give our callers runway to expand upon it. Every now and again, you just kind of hit the nail on the head, I guess, or they hit the nail on the head, or they feel like they do, and it's, okay, thanks. Ed, enjoy your Sunday regardless. 412-928-9370. Another thing we have to talk about this morning, and we're going to do it next before we get into Colin Beasley and the Sunday same-game parlay at 9 o'clock. Something happened yesterday. Did stink for the Pittsburgh aspect of sports in this town. Stunk a lot less than the Pirates losing and the Penguins losing in the playoffs. But something happened yesterday that affects Pittsburgh sports. And I think the question needs to be raised, does it affect the way the Steelers approach number 21 in the draft? We'll tell you what that is next. We'll talk about it next, and we'll continue to take your phone calls next on the Penguins falling 3-2 to the Flyers last night in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference quarterfinal series, as the Penguins now are in a hole and have to even up the series on Monday night, or else they go to Philly on, I would assume, Wednesday, down 2-0 to the Flyers, which would not be good. So we'll talk about all that and more coming up next on a Sunday morning with yours truly, Jack Hillgrove, and it's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Last night, the Pittsburgh Pirates fell in a 13-inning game to the Tampa Bay Rays 8-7. An over 2-hour rain delay occurred during the contest, and there were 2 RBIs each for Connor Griffin, Ryan O'Hearn, and Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna and O'Hearn had a homer each. Game 3 of the series is today, first pitch at 1:35 p.m., and our coverage begins at noon. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows unless, well, they won't open, or they leak, or they're cracked, or they need repainting again. Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. And during the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Must finance HML Lowe APR tier 1 through 2. Atlanta 24 monthly, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. MSRP 24,110. All offers plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers end 4/30/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE with 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease the new 2026 Hyundai Elantra SE with payments as low as just $69 a month. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
More pots, more plants, and more deals? It's giving SpringFest at Lowe's. Save on gardening staples with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1 pint annuals for $1. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Hey, it's Pony, brought to you by FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. That's right, turn $5 into $250 in bonus bets just for getting started. And when every possession matters in the playoffs, FanDuel makes it easy to get closer to the action from player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you'll need to back them up. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, puts player research right at your fingertips so you can check stats, trends, and matchups all in one place and make your picks with confidence. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Before you know it, the play-in round of the NBA will be here, and I am excited to watch Steph Curry try to put Golden State on his back and lead them into the actual part of the NBA playoffs. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now. Double bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. we've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Tops Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. Next Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the field at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Aetna has been my lifesaver. Easy to understand, and if not, customer service is always there to help.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We show up for you, because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Couple of more ticket drop locations for you for the night before. That concert at the Rivers Casino Event Center featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit. That's Wednesday night before the draft, hence the name, the night before. April 22nd. How you can find tickets. Tomorrow, April 20th, 420. I'm sure Johnny and Farrell will be celebrating and not going to the Ross Park Mall from 5 to 6 p.m. That's ticket drop for tomorrow for the night before. 5 to 6 p.m. at the Ross Park Mall. And then on Tuesday, April 21st from 4 to 5 p.m., Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. That's on 1600 Golden Mile Highway. Monroeville, PA, 25 pairs of tickets being given out on 4/21 at Bowser Chevy from 4 to 5 p.m. 412-928-9370. Where is your concern level with the Penguins after last night's 3-2 stinker as the Flyers take a 1-0 series lead? Stu's up. He's from Squirrel Hill. Hello, Stu. Good morning to you.
You changed the subject on me. Can I?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. We are a fun show, a free-for-all show. Go for it. What's your subject?
Pirates need a third baseman.
Stu, if a genie came out of a lamp and said you can give the Pirates one thing right now, I would pick a viable option in the middle of that bullpen before I'd pick a third baseman.
Okay, but
I don't disagree with you, but I don't think that's very high on the pecking order of, if there's anything wrong with the Pirates, what is it right now, if that makes sense?
Also, I think they ought to set a lineup and stick to it. I mean,
what do you mean, Stu?
Well, I mean, one day hidden first. I mean, you got batting lineup. I'm not sold really on Cruz leading off.
He's leading off, Stu, and he's hitting like 320 in that leadoff spot.
I know exactly the stats. I'm thinking eventually Griffin should end up leading off.
All right, Stu, thanks for the call, man. Yeah, I don't know. Like 302 and a 938 OPS. And not only are those his numbers, like those are his numbers for the most part in the leadoff spot. And what's the old cliche? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like Cruz is playing incredibly well right now and needs to keep leading off if these are the numbers that he's going to be putting up. Now, am I sold that the 302 and the 938 OPS are going to continue for the length of a season? No. But, like, it's going on right now, and that's lovely. And the statement of, well, they need to set a lineup and stick to it. In 4 games against the Nationals, or at least the last 3 games against the Nationals and the first 2 against Tampa, this order: Cruz, Lowe, Reynolds, O'Hearn, Ozuna, 1 through 5, has been the order in 4 of the last 5 games. Like, that is the lineup. That is consistency. That's something that Derek Shelton did not bring to the table a lot. Now, granted, Derek Shelton didn't have quite this talent to work with, but the point stands. Like, if you look at yesterday's lineup versus Friday's, Cruz, Lowe, Reynolds, O'Hearn, Ozuna, same both days. Nick York got the start at third base yesterday and hit 6th. It was Nick Gonzalez on Friday hitting 6th at third base. And then Horwitz, Griffin, Davis was 7, 8, 9. So the notion of, they need to set a lineup and stick to it, like they have been. So I don't think that's a very fair statement to make. 412-928-9370. Jim and Monaca's calling in. Jim, are we going back to the Penguins, or do you still want to talk Pirates? What's on your mind?
I got both for you.
Go for it.
I don't know.
Go for it.
I think that previous caller was still trying to drown yesterday's losses. I don't know what that was, but no. Look, starting off with the Buccos since that's where we're at. Another game, 1-run game. We're still in it. We were competitive. I'm not making excuses, but I think Mother Nature gave us a bad break there, and Skeen's coming out earlier. He was putting on a clinic.
Yeah.
I like to look at things as a totality before I make my judgment, and I'm going to do the same thing with the Penguins. I think we need 4 wins, right? We're down 1. My concern level is 25%. And the only reason I say that is, and Dan Muse being a rookie coach, any major sports out there, you got to have a good roster. I think we do have. They have the bet. That's why I'm so frustrated, and that's why I think my concern, Jim, is a little bit higher than yours, because without a doubt they've got the better roster in this series, and they got outplayed last night. So that's why I'm a little bit more concerned. I got to look at it as: did we get blown out? No. Yep. Did we get shut out? No. Were we dull? Yeah. But you got to imagine, there's probably a meeting going on right now as we speak. Oh, I'm sure. What I mean? If not now, at some point during the day, like, we need to raise our compete level. That's going to be the discussion, I would have to imagine, behind closed doors. And they're going to come out Monday night, and I think they're going to be good old fired up, baby. I hope so, Jim. Thanks for the call. And I'm not saying that I'm not confident it'll happen, because it has to happen. I think, Jim and I's concern levels are different because he's putting more stock into the talent on this roster, and rightfully so. It's a better roster than Philadelphia's, in my opinion. But on the flip side of that coin, and this is where I kind of reside, like, because the Penguins have the better roster, they should have come out and set the tone. They should have come out and
been the better team and established that right away, and they didn't. 412-928-9370 is the number. I wanted to touch upon this really quickly before we go back to the phones. Dexter Lawrence is now a Cincinnati Bengal. A trade that was made late into the night last night. Sucks for the Steelers, sucks for Pittsburgh sports. Doesn't suck as bad as what the Pirates and the Penguins did yesterday. But the Bengals got better. Now, Dexter Lawrence at 29 years old, still a very good player, but trading the 10th overall pick away for, again, a 29-year-old defensive tackle, it's a steep price. But you look at the Bengals up front now, and you see B.J. Hill, and you see Dexter Lawrence. You look at the Browns up front now, and you see Mason Graham and obviously Myles Garrett. And you look at the Ravens up front, and you've got Trey Hendrickson, yes, on the edge, but inside, Broderick Washington, decent enough player, and I'd like to think that they're probably going to address that position in the draft. The Bengals got better defensively. They got better up front yesterday. Does it change the way the Steelers think about 21 overall now, 21st overall? I would still prefer it to be wide receiver. I'm not changing my wish list and changing my hope for Jordan Tyson with the 21st overall pick. But I can't help but think now that, like, the Bengals got better up front and the defensive lines that the Steelers are going to be seeing 6 times out of 17 games in 2026 are a lot better than, like, you know, if we were Falcons people and comparing it in the NFC South. You know what I mean? So if I'm looking at the way the Bengals got better up front, and I'm looking at the Ravens, and I'm looking at the Browns, and then I'm looking at left guard with a giant hole, with all due respect to Brock Hoffman and Spencer Anderson. Does Dexter Lawrence getting traded to Cincy reshuffle the priorities in the way the Steelers attack 21 with Venga Ioane, I believe is how you pronounce the name. The left guard out of Penn State that's going to be a beast from everything that I've heard. Do you go guard in round 1 now? It's not the sexy pick, but how do you combat, you know, a pretty darn good defensive tackle getting traded into your division now? You do that. And then maybe you go receiver. I don't know. I hope that doesn't happen. I'm not going to be upset if it does. I'll understand it if it does. I'm just saying it's worth mentioning. 412-928-9370. Couple of calls before the break. Trevor in Washington's on the fan. Hey, Trevor.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. How about yourself?
Good. I was calling about the Buccos.
Yep.
You know, I like where the lineup sits. You know, they're solid. They're great. Like you said, the first 5 guys, I mean, that's a great lineup. I mean, what you do with 6, 7, 8, 9, you can move them around all you want.
The big thing about this lineup, Trevor, and I forget what somebody said this on the broadcast yesterday. One of the guys, I forget who it was, but like the Pirates are at the point now where, like, even if like 7, 8, and 9 are guys that aren't really hitting that well, it's not like driving this lineup and this offense into the ground because of how bad 7, 8, and 9 are. When's the last time, Trevor, that we've talked about the Pirates lineup 1 through 5 the way that we've been talking about it at the start of this season? A decade?
2013.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
you know.
Yeah, it's exactly. So that's why, you know, I'm encouraged. And that last caller, you know, I think that was just like an unfair and ill-advised statement to talk about the lineup that way.
Yeah, but I think our issue, I mean, other than like the other caller said about the rain delay, that kind of screwed schemes up. But you can't, no matter rain delay or nothing, you can't have a 4-0 lead and blow it. You know, you can't ask him to pitch any better. You need to have good middle relievers and late relievers. You can't leave it up to Soto and Santana, you know, aside from Madsen, who's pitching well. But, I mean, who else? Ramirez was pitching all right until last night. I think we need to do something with our middle relievers and late relievers.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have a hole, Trevor. Thanks for the call, man. Enjoy the day. They do have a hole at third base, seems like, right? I mean, Nick York and Nick Gonzalez have been better than I thought they'd be, especially Nick York. But they're not natural third basemen. Jared Triolo can be and be really good defensively at it, but offensively, does he lack? think the answer to that question for the most part is yes. So do they have a hole at third base? One could say so. It pales in comparison to the hole, in my mind, in the middle of that bullpen. One more before the break. Let's go to Larry. What's up, Larry? Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning to you.
What's on your mind, good sir?
Just my own thoughts that if you really don't have a good team if you can't win these one-run games, and it don't look like we're winning these one-run games like I thought we was going to. And you're right about third base. And our second baseman, none of them can go to their right very well. It seems like they can get beat to their right.
Larry, I mean, I think you're kind of grasping at straws there, brother. Thanks for the call. But, you know, what's the adage? Good teams find ways to win close games. Bad teams find a way to lose close games. Pirates aren't a bad team. They're losing these one-run games because the bullpen's not very good, especially in the middle, and that's got to change. That's all there is to it. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. If you're looking to retire soon, let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. High of 54 today. Yuck. Chance of rain tonight. Low of 34. Even more yuck. You know what's funny? The apartment complex I moved into has a pool. And I moved in after Labor Day in September, so I didn't get a chance to use it. And I drive by it all the time and get pissed. And I would like the warm weather to arrive. That would be nice. Low of 34 tonight, yucky. High of 54 today. A swift change of pace compared to the last couple of days. So if you're going to the game today, Pirates, keep that in mind. 1:35 first pitch, Keller against McClanahan. All righty, coming up next, we're going to talk about this series finale with the Rays. We're going to get into the Sunday same game parlay, and we'll chat it up with the Beeswacker, as some call him. Colin Beasley, Bucco's beat writer for the PG, the now saved Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, which is awesome that those guys and my good friends over there have good answers at this point. So shout out to all my buddies over there at the PG, and congratulations as the show rolls on. Colin Beasley will join me next. I'm Jack Hillgrove. Happy Sunday to you. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's the Pittsburgh Pirates versus the Tampa Bay Rays in Game 3 of their series. First pitch coming up today at 1:35. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at noon, and the Ben Charrington show at 12:35 on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 93.7thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here, and we're expecting our third child in June. And you guys know what that means. My sleep is about to disappear, the house is about to get louder, and life is definitely going to get more hectic. And weirdly, that's why I'm glad I already know how to do all this with Awaken 180. Because when I first started with Awaken 180, we had just had our second child. I had a torn up knee that was going to require surgery, that was going to keep me immobile for 6 to 8 weeks. And life was just very messy and very chaotic and very hectic. And on paper, it was the perfect time to make excuses. Instead, it turned out to be the perfect time to have a plan. Awaken 180 gave me a roadmap. What to eat, how to stay on track, how to keep it simple when everything else felt chaotic. That's what people get wrong. If life is hectic, that's not a reason to wait. That's a reason to have something that makes one part of it easier. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
For the best view of the draft, it's Lamont. Celebrate with Lamont's City of Champions menu April 21st through the 26th. Watch the draft from Lamont's TVs and excellent sound system. Avoid the crowds and traffic. Regular menu not available. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 fee $0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 4/30/2026.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
There's a new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe, and they can't wait to meet you. Smale Chevrolet Latrobe is officially open and now part of the Smale Auto Group family. They invite you to come in and experience a high standard of sales and service, and what better way to celebrate than with Chevy Truck Month. Right now, they're offering the Chevy Supplier Discount to everyone. That's right, you pay what the suppliers pay on Smale Chevrolet's incredible lineup of Silverado trucks and Equinox SUVs. Big savings, and the trucker SUV you've been dreaming of. Visit them today on Route 30 in Latrobe or online at SmaleChevrolet.com. Smale Chevrolet, welcome to our family. Together, let's drive.
Pittsburgh International Airport's on-site parking provides the most convenient and cost-efficient parking options. The shuttle lot is in close proximity to the new terminal with a less than 10-minute travel time by shuttle, offering the lowest price parking option when you book early at parkatpitt.com. Visit parkatpitt.com to review all parking options and receive special offers. That's parkatpitt.com.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. Land rewards and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good morning. I'm Tyler Polk, and I have your fan headlines. A rainy Sunday leading to a busy week here in Pittsburgh. The Pirates look to take the series in Game 3 of their series with the Tampa Bay Rays. First pitch at 1:35. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at noon, and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. The NFL Draft is this week, and 93.7 The Fan will have coverage as Donnie Football will quarterback that beginning Thursday all the way through the final picks on Saturday. The Pittsburgh Penguins fell in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference quarterfinals yesterday 3-2 to the Philadelphia Flyers. Game 2 is Monday at 7 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
FanDuel's More Ways to Win with Pony from 10 until noon. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at noon. The Pirates Insider show with Jason Mackey at 12:35. And then it's Bucks and Rays at 1:35. Mitch Keller against Shane McClanahan on the bump. Bucks look for 2 of 3. Despite the sour taste in our mouths after last night's extra innings extravaganza, the Pirates can still claim a series win this afternoon. We're going to talk about it. Talk about the Sunday game with our good friend from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, Pirates beat writer, Mr. Colin Beasley, as we head out to the fan hotline. Colin, good morning to you. I appreciate you being willing to hop on a Sunday morning after a long day of work for you on Saturday, I would assume.
Yeah, happy to join you, Jack. It was a long day. It was a very long day at the ballpark, but hey, it's what you do. I'm excited to get back there again in just a few hours for Game 3 of the series.
Before I ask you about the bullpen and some of the stuff that went wrong yesterday, I think it's also worth noting, and I didn't mention this yet this morning, so that's why I want to get it out there. Despite blowing the lead post the rain delay and, going down in extra innings at one point. This team punches back, man. And they punched back until they just really couldn't in the end. But they punched back when they had to at times last night. And I feel like that's worth noting and encouraging to see at times, despite the bullpen, doing what it did yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. That definitely is one of the more positive takeaways, both from last night's game and from the season in general. Obviously, it's up to it's on the line again today, but to this point, the Pirates haven't lost games on consecutive days so far this season. They've only lost 2 in a row once, and that was the opening series, and they had that off day in between. They've found a way to respond to each time that they've lost so far this season. It's been encouraging. They haven't really had any of the slides that have derailed a couple of their recent seasons. That's something I'm looking forward to seeing if it can continue.
All right, the bullpen. Evan Sisk gives up a run yesterday. Cam Sanders obviously gives up the 4 earned at post the rain delay to put Tampa back into it. What should the concern level be for Pirates fans? And obviously it's early, small sample size, all those cliches that come with the early portion of a baseball season. But what do you think the concern level should be for the middle of this Pirates bullpen? For as good as the back half has been with, Soto and Matson and Santana, the rest of the bullpen is kind of left a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, exactly. And the bullpen has been better than people give it credit for just because the back end has been really good. Like you said, Soto, Matson, Yohan Ramirez has generally been relatively solid. Dennis Santana, obviously excellent. Mason Montgomery has been decent enough. It's just the question of long relief. They haven't really been able to find someone who can pitch the 5th, pitch the 6th, and get you to those back end guys. Cam Sanders made his season debut yesterday and just wasn't particularly good. Yes, he had the 2 strikeouts, but 3 hits, 4 earned runs. Evan Sisk ended up getting 4 hits in 1 2/3 innings. Both of those guys are players trying to carve out major league careers for themselves and carve out a spot in this bullpen, and he didn't look particularly good yesterday. I'd say what's concerning is it doesn't necessarily seem like there's too many options for where the Pirates can go if Sanders and Sisk don't work out. Obviously, you can go back to someone like Urquidy or someone like Barco if you wanted to, but neither of those guys performed particularly well at the start of the season. Both of them are probably better suited in the starter role. I think Brandon Beddois is someone that will be up from AAA Indianapolis at some point. He's got some really filthy stuff, but he's also a 24-year-old who hasn't made his debut yet. So there's not necessarily help guaranteed to come from Indianapolis. I'm looking forward to seeing what Beddois can bring, but the Pirates bullpen, especially in middle relief, is not as deep as they would like it to be.
Colin Beasley, Pirates beat writer of the Post-Gazette, joining us. What's the latest on Jared Jones? Because I was going to ask you about, Beddois at the AAA level, and you kind of went there. So as far as Jared Jones is concerned, it seems like he's ahead of schedule. And when he does come back, does that create an opportunity for either him at the start, if it's a bullpen role, or if they bump somebody out of this rotation? Like, in theory, like that could bolster the middle of this bullpen, could it not?
Yeah, it could, and not because Jared Jones will be pitching in the bullpen. I don't think so, but just because of the options it provides. We talked to Jared Jones earlier this week. He was at PNC Park to throw a bullpen and just be seen by the Pirates pitching staff and Bill Murphy, and kind of just to be around the team. He's doing well. He's not necessarily ahead of schedule. He's exactly on schedule. It sounds like he's on track to return once he's eligible to, once he can come off the 60-day IL, which would be end of May, beginning of June, that general time frame. The Pirates are going to have to be careful with him just because he's coming off of major surgery and he's got those concerns. It sounds like they're going to be very careful with him and that they'll tell him exactly when he's pitching, what his role is, how many pitches, how many innings, especially to start. I think that's something where, in my opinion, I think it's more likely that he's a starting pitcher, potentially even functioning as an opener for someone like Carmen Mlodzinski, and he'll pitch whether it's 2 innings, 3 innings, 4 innings at first. They'll tell him exactly what he's doing, and he can prepare as a starter instead of trying to do that in the bullpen. That's at least my informed opinion there. But the Pirates, I don't expect them to go to a 6-man rotation when that happens. Yes, they could, and that would be a way of managing innings, but that would also mean less Paul Skeens and Mitch Keller. So my expectation is that it would be a 5-man rotation. That would probably mean pushing Carmen Mlodzinski back to the bullpen as good as he has been, and that kind of would answer their question in middle relief, because you can go to Carmen for 2 or 3 innings and you don't have to worry about someone like Cam Sanders or Evan Sisk having to fill up multiple innings. So that's probably what's best for the team, and that could be a way that they go about it once Jared Jones returns.
Marcell Ozuna's 10 for his last 26 and has had a hit in each of his last 6 games going back to that Sunday game against the Cubs on the 12th. What have you seen from him? What's changed? And it just kind of seems like he's finally coming around, Colin.
Yeah, the Big Bear's no longer hibernating. He's it just looks like it's clicking. It looks like he's coming up. He's in more control of his at-bats. He's simply making better contact. And it was something that you kind of knew from Marcell Ozuna's track record that at some point it would click. At some point he would be able to make that hard contact and kind of be the hitter that he's been throughout a lot of his big league career. It's definitely been encouraging to see that work pay off. It's not necessarily like he tweaked his swing or tweaked his approach or anything like that. It just sounds like he put in a lot of work on his off days, spent a lot of time in the cage, and is now finding something where it's hot and it's working for him.
Colin Beasley, Pirates beat writer for the Post-Gazette, joining us for a couple of more minutes. So it's Shane McClanahan today. Obviously an all-star and a Cy Young candidate once upon a time, has an injury and has come back and as a 3.95 ERA for the first portion of this season. Pirates saw him in the spring. He struck out 7 3 2/3 back on March 15th. Obviously that was spring training, but how much stock should I put into that when I look at this matchup, Colin? The fact that McClanahan kind of carved through the lineup in the spring.
I mean, it's spring training, but McClanahan certainly is one of the better pitchers in baseball when healthy. He's a guy that we didn't know exactly what we were going to see of him this season because he missed that time with an injury. He's missed a lot of time with an injury, but he's a guy who has had a lot of success. I haven't seen the specific matchups in terms of how various Pirates have fared against him. I'm guessing you're about to tell me that, but I wouldn't expect him to do exactly what he did in spring training, but I also do think he's one of the better pitchers in baseball when he's healthy.
I can tell you in a moment, the only stat that I had was the spring training stat, but McClanahan, this will be his 3rd start against the Pirates, 2-0. A 1.38 ERA, 13 innings, 7 innings back in 2022, and then a 6-inning start in 2023. So this will be the 3rd time McClanahan has faced the Pirates. With the game and how it went yesterday, Colin, how do you think and anticipate the lineup shaking out? And I'm asking because the way that O'Neal Cruz has hit lefties this year, I want to go with him in my parlay. But, it's so with the way that the day was elongated yesterday, you just kind of wonder how the lineup changes today. Is there any way you anticipate the lineup changing today, granted with how the delay and everything shaped out yesterday?
Yeah, I think they'll use it as an opportunity to get some of the guys off their feet a little bit just because it was a long day. I'd expect O'Neal Cruz to still be in it. Someone like Brandon Lowe, who hasn't hit lefties too well, I think that I don't necessarily expect to see him in the lineup. Don't want to speculate on O'Hearn or a couple of the other lefties, but I think it'll probably be right-handed heavy against McClanahan. Lowe is the only one I'm not expecting to see just because of that particular matchup and the game yesterday.
Colin Beasley, Pirates beat writer for the Post-Gazette. What are you keeping your eye on today, Colin? This will be my last question for you. As far as the Pirates' ability to take this series and get 2 out of 3 and kind of exit this homestand on the right note, what kind of things do you anticipate have to happen? What are some of the things you're keeping your eye on as far as maybe some potential keys for the Buccos in this one?
I think I'll just narrow it down to one, and I'd say the most important today is Mitch Keller. He wasn't his typical self in his most recent start, giving up 5 runs in 4 innings. And I'm not concerned about him long term. I kind of think that was just a blip, but it's important for him to show that was kind of just an atypical start. I think that the Pirates need some length out of him today. They don't need 8 or 9 innings. They'll have a couple guys available in Montgomery and Santana that weren't available too much yesterday, but I do think that they need 6 strong innings from Mitch Keller, if not 7. I think that if Keller is able to keep them in this ball game and give them some length and keep it close, then I think the Pirates have a real shot at winning today and ending the series on a high. So Keller's what I'll be watching most.
How do you feel about his strikeout total being 4.5? Because if he gets there, it would be a season high in strikeouts in a game this year. And I'm asking for my parlay. Should I continue with the assumption that he hasn't had 5 strikeouts in a start yet this season, or would you make the argument that he's due?
Man, 4.5 is a lower total than I was expecting.
Okay.
We'll say the Rays are a team that they try and play old school. They try and go to contact and hit around a little bit. But I also think that this is a case where Mitch Keller will be pushed a little bit harder to go a little bit deeper into the game than perhaps he should. So, or perhaps he has, not perhaps he should. I bet you he's going to have either 4 or 5 strikeouts today, and that doesn't really help your line. But
nope, but
that.
Because you said you anticipated the line being, you said it's lower than you thought, I'm going to include the over. I'm going to say that he's due.
All right, yeah. I can't say I blame you on that one. 4.5 is, for Mitch Keller, is surprising even to me.
There you have it. Colin Beasley, read his stuff at post-gazette.com. Colin, as always, my friend, good chatting with you, and I'll talk to you soon, brother. Thanks for the time.
Thanks for having me, Jack. Appreciate it.
There he goes, Colin Beasley of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, the saved Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. And as far as my buddies over there, I consider Colin one of them. Happy for him and all the folks at the PG who will continue as such with the news earlier in the week. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler. Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township, in the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm. And they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your youth baseball and softball teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send us an email to youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. That's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, and you can find the details for it at 937thefan.com. Well, we're 0 for 3 on the Sunday same game parlay, and we're kind of going backwards. We'll get into it next. One could say we're due, like Mitch Keller is due, for a 5 strikeout performance. We'll go through the 5-legger when we come back, and we'll continue to take your phone calls, 412-928-9370. Where is your concern level for the Pittsburgh Penguins after falling in Game 1, 3-2, to the Philadelphia Flyers in Game 1 of this quarterfinal series? My concern level, if I had to rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, 8.5. Agree, disagree, too concerned, not concerned enough? Where are you at? 412-928-9370. Last chance to take your calls before FanDuel's More Ways to Win. Coming up next on a Sunday morning with Jack Hillgrove on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Mitch Keller and Shane McClanahan are the pitching matchup today as the Pirates look to take Game 3 of the series versus the Tampa Bay Rays. The two teams have split Game 1 and 2. First pitch at 1:35, and the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at noon on 93.7 The Fan, the Ben Charrington Show at 12:35. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, all always local and friendly. 724-515-5551.
Remember your first football game? The sound of the crowd, the smell of the grill, the moment you fell in love with the sport. Now it's your turn to pass on that moment at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. Families walk through the greatest moments in football history and create new memories of their own. From legendary artifacts to stories that span generations, it's an experience every family should share. The hall is located less than 2 hours from Pittsburgh, so make the short drive to greatness. Plan your visit at ProFootballHof.com.
Are you ignoring repeated notices that you owe PA Turnpike tolls? Think it will just go away? Wrong. Unpaid tolls don't vanish. They stack up fast. And so do the penalties. Suspended registration, mounting fines, court action. You can't dodge it. You can't outrun it. It's time to pay your fair share. Call 877-736-6727 to set up a payment plan. The PA Turnpike. Pay now. It's the law. Paid for by the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission.
Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Tops Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. Next Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the field at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Greetings from Breeze Airways, your hometown carrier for nonstop flights from Pittsburgh to Louisville, Kentucky, and 5 other destinations. Vacation is closer than you think when you fly Breeze. Enjoy nonstop flights and send a postcard home from somewhere new this year. Breeze makes it easy with nonstop flights, flexible change policies, and a seriously nice onboard experience. Enjoy premium seating with Breeze Ascent, plus high-speed Wi-Fi and tasty snacks. Book today at flybreeze.com. Breeze Airways, seriously nice.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with 0 due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 fee $0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 4/30/2026.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks.
schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The playoff push is heating up, and Prize Picks is simple to play. Pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. And now with early payouts and the new social feed, you can follow friends, share picks, and copy winning lineups. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code ROAM and get a $50 bonus credit in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Code ROAM to get a $50 bonus credit in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought, because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey, it's Pony. Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience. More, Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. As of 2/10/26. Taxes, fees extra. After promotion, regular rates apply.
For the best view of the draft, it's Lamont. Celebrate with Lamont's City of Champions menu April 21st through the 26th. Watch the draft from Lamont's TVs and excellent sound system. Avoid the crowds and traffic. Regular menu not available. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here's a list of the upcoming ticket drops for the night before, featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit. Rivers Casino on Wednesday, the night before the draft begins on Thursday. Tomorrow, 420, Ross Park Mall, 5 to 6 p.m., and then 4 to 5 p.m. on Tuesday at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville, 1600 Golden Mile Highway in Monroeville, PA 15146. 25 pairs of tickets being given out. All righty, your last chance to sound off on the pens at 412-928-9370. My concern level, 8.5 out of 10. Philly came in here and beat their ass up and down the ice for 60 minutes, set the tone. I'm concerned. 8.5 out of 10 is my concern level. What's yours at 412-928-9370? It's all on Dan Muse now to adjust, adapt, and get this thing right before they have to go out to Philly. All right, the Sunday same game parlay, April 19th, 2026. We're working backwards, folks, and I apologize. Sunday same game parlay number 1 was a 2 out of 5. And, of course, parlays don't matter if you don't go 5 for 5. But we were 2 out of 5 on the first Sunday of the baseball season. 2 weeks ago, 3 out of 5. And then last week, 1 out of 5. So we're working backwards. We've got work to do. It's the Sunday same game parlay for April. What's today? The 19th? Yeah, the 19th. April 19th, 2026. My allergies, I apologize too. It's been rough the last couple of days. It's finally catching up to me. So I've been muting my mic to sniffle. So that's what the dead air is. I'm doing my best to do it as well. So, all right, here we go. April 19th, 2026, Rays and Bucks, Shane McClanahan against Mitch Keller. Now, McClanahan had 3 2/3 of spring training work against the Pirates back on March 15th and struck out 7. I am not putting a whole lot of stock into that start on March 15th. Granted that it was obviously in spring training, but also before the Pirates really obviously established themselves as the team that they are against left-handed pitching. So, with that being said, leg one is the Pirates' money line in the first 5 innings. You'd like to think that a lot of those 5 innings will entail McClanahan, and I think the Pirates jump on him in the first 5 innings. And after 5, I predict the Pirates will be on top. Leg two, over 7.5 total runs for the game. Pirates might score 7.5 themselves in this one. I feel good about the offense today. That's why leg number 3 is O'Neal Cruz to record an RBI. Listen, what O'Neal Cruz has done this season has been video game-like to an extent. A 300 hitter, obviously, to this point in the season, but it seems like every time he squares up the ball, it's 105, 106, 107 miles an hour off the bat. And I don't expect that to continue, but it's continuing today because we can attribute to this turnaround for O'Neal Cruz the fact that he is hitting, and I never thought I'd see this, right? If we go back to like 2025, he had 200 for the year and was worse against left-handed pitching. These are the splits for O'Neal Cruz against lefties. Mind you, he's hitting 302 for the season, 246 against righties. Against left-handed pitching, 440 average, a 1361 OPS. He is slugging 880 against left-handed pitching. And I understand that O'Neal Cruz has been what he's been defensively for a majority of his Pirates career, and especially this year in center field. And that is low-hanging fruit for the people to call in and just bash him. That's got to stop for the time being because the numbers again against left-handed pitching this year for O'Neal Cruz, who's left-handed, mind you, a left-handed batter, 440 average, 880 slug, 1361 OPS, 3 home runs, 7 RBI. And he's only struck out 7 times to left-handed pitching. Compare that to last year. He hit 102, and the OPS was 400, and he struck out almost half the time against left-handed bats, or left-handed arms, I should say. So with that being said, O'Neal Cruz to record an RBI is leg number 3 in the Sunday same-game parlay. It joins the total over 7.5, and it joins the Pirates' money line in the first 5 innings. Leg number 4 used to be leg number 5. I changed because Colin Beasley in the last segment inspired me to. The Pirates' run total individually over 3.5. So we have the game total over 7.5. We have the run total for the Pirates over 3.5. And leg number 5, it wasn't on there originally, but I'm going to go for Mitch Keller over 4.5 strikeouts. So let me know how I did at 412-928-9370 for the Sunday same-game parlay. I feel good about this one. Plus 1060 on the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. Pirates money line first 5 innings. The game total over 7.5. Pirates run total individually over 3.5. O'Neal Cruz to record an RBI. And Mitch Keller over 4.5 strikeouts. Colin Beasley said he anticipates some shakeup to the lineup with a lefty on the mound and with the game going long yesterday. Maybe Brandon Lowe would be a name to look out for to have an off day today. But I don't anticipate it to be O'Neal Cruz just for the fact that he is tattooed left-handed pitching in the early portion of 2026. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation. Rob in the YouTube chat, allergies are ass. I feel you, Jack. Yeah, they stink. And it usually hits me around this time of year. At least it has the last couple of years. And the worst part about allergies, the worst part about my allergies the last couple of years, and it never used to be like this, I would get congested the whole 9 yards with the allergies. It only started happening a few years ago. The itchy eyes. I never dealt with the itchy eyes during the allergy season. Only up until maybe about 2-3 years ago it started happening. And that's terrible as well. 412-928-9370. Phone lines are open from now until the remainder of the show. We're talking about the Pirates, obviously. We're talking about the Penguins and their 3-2 loss last night. And here's an interesting question when it comes to the Steelers in the draft at 412-928-9370. Does the Bengals trading for Dexter Lawrence change how the Steelers should approach the 21st overall pick? 412-928-9370. I think it should. At least a little bit, because you look at the way that each of the other teams in the AFC North are constructed, especially up front. Myles Garrett, Mason Graham up front for the Browns. Trey Hendrickson now on the Ravens. And now Dexter Lawrence, Sexy Dexy, as they call him, in Cincinnati. All of that with a big giant hole at left guard for the Steelers. So does that shake up the way they approach 21st overall in a couple of nights? 412-928-9370. Let's go to Carter, who's calling from Pittsburgh. Hey, Carter, how are you?
Good, you?
Good, man. What's on your mind?
Oh, dude, that loss last night. What? The place seemed dead. I mean, there was fans. It was terrible.
What game are you talking about? The Penguin game?
The Penguins. It was just, I don't know, man. What do you think? I mean,
I'm concerned. I'm concerned.
I'm very concerned.
Yeah, I'm concerned with the fact, Carter, that they got outplayed in Game 1, and that for as important as Game 1 is in a playoff hockey series, you've got to come out and set the tone. And then the team that plays at home has the tremendous advantage of coming out and setting the tone, especially with that crowd, and especially the fact that all 18,000 and change were starving for a moment like that, because they haven't had a home playoff game. They haven't had a playoff game, period, in 4 years. And they had an opportunity to come out and set the tone, and they didn't last night, and that's why I'm concerned. I thought Skinner played well enough.
Oh, Stu played awesome. I thought he had the first goal, I mean, I think those happen. The boys, just the puck handling was terrible. I don't know. I could see them losing in 5 if they keep playing like that.
Carter, thanks for the call, man. I think that might be a little bit of a rash reaction to last night. But nonetheless, people feel that way, and Carter feels that way because of how last night looked and the elevated sense of Game 2 now. Game 2 is a must-win. Game 2 is absolutely a must-win, and it's a must re-identify for the Penguins. I never thought I'd say that after the regular season that they had. But they've got to re-identify the approach, the attack, and just the overall mindset after a butt-whooping, for the lack of a better term, last night at home. And all of that, the re-identification, not so much reinventing the wheel, you don't want to go that far, but the re-identification of this playoff team in a short change, in a short break, it's on the head coach. It's on your first-year head coach, who I like and who I'm glad is their head coach, and I think will be the Penguins' head coach, hopefully, for a very long time. But this is his first go at it in the playoffs. And you're going to find a lot out about Dan Hughes. Mike's in the car. He's on the fan now. What's up, Mike?
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good, man. How about yourself?
Hey, I'm doing great. Hey, this might seem a little bit different, but when I saw the Penguins uniforms in all yellow, I was a little bit like, they should have been wearing black. What do you think?
I'm going to put that at the very bottom of my list of concerns from last night, Mike. If I have 20 of them, that's concern number 21. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's their first home playoff game in 4 years, I guess. Wear the traditional home uniform, but I didn't think twice about it when they came out last night. I was more concerned about the 60 minutes between the lines. They could have been wearing tutus and thongs out there, and if they would have played the way that they did, we'd still be talking about the way that they played last night. Jackson's in South Park. What's up, Jackson?
Hey, how we doing?
Good, man.
I just feel like they mess with the lines too much.
Little bit.
You know,
we got here all year like Ricard, Rust, Crosby, Chino, Gino, Novak, Brazo in, Elmer out. Put your fourth line back to what it was. Play Penguins hockey. What got you here? Like it almost seemed like Dan Muse outsmarted himself. It was like, let me see if I can beat the Flyers with different lines. Then we can go to our good lines next round. It's just almost like they took it for granted.
I hear you. Yeah, Jackson, thanks for the call. I would like to think that Chinakhov goes back with Malkin because, using the phrase, well, that's what got him here. That's what got him there. Rob, my man in North for Sales, what's up, brother?
What's up, Jack? Good morning, dude.
Good morning to you.
Yesterday was a frustrating day sports-wise. The rain killed the Pirates, man, because Skeens was cruising. That was one of the worst rain delays in history. The Pens, I think they'll get one on the way before they go back to Philly. It was nice seeing Malkin and Carlson on the stat sheet. And then today's a new day for the Pirates. Jake Mangum comes up big against his old team.
I'll tell you what, Rob, and thanks for the call, man. If Jake Mangum takes the approach to this as like Ryan O'Hearn did against the Orioles and the Padres, he's in for a good day at the office, or at least I would hope so. One more call before the end of the show. He's on the road, and his name is Al. Hello, Al.
Jack, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How about yourself?
Great. Hey, I'm concerned about the Penguin game last night, but they win game 2. The pressure goes back on Philly.
It does.
Philly got to win it. They got to win at home, and to set the tone for game 2. Start your fourth line. They showed energy last night, and they controlled the play. They hit people. You only got to put them out there for the first minute and a half. Let them start the game. Let them set the tone.
I think, Al, this whole team, and thanks, man, I appreciate where you're coming from with that, but I think this whole team is capable of it, and that's why last night was so damn frustrating, because they let Philly come into to Pittsburgh and out-muscle them and out-tough them. And yes, the fourth line's capable of it, but this whole team is capable of it. So I don't know if it matters what line they throw out there on Monday night at home. Just reassert themselves as the better team, the more dominant team, the more talented team. That's what's so frustrating about it. If I can encapsulate all of my frustration into one sentence before we've got to get out of here, the Penguins are the more talented team, and they played like doo-doo. For just, again, the lack of a very better term. They played like crap. They got out-muscled. They got out-toughed. And that's why the scoreboard said what it did when it was all said and done. Game 2 is a different story. Monday night at 7 o'clock. Hopefully, we're talking about a different team and a different series after Game 2 on Monday night, because it's now all of a sudden very much a must-win. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. If you're looking to retire soon, let Secure Money Advisors set your retirement on track. High of 54, low of 34 today. Twitter brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Text lines, Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Thanks to Colin Beasley for joining the show at the top of the hour. Thanks to you for calling, texting, watching, listening, and taking us in on a Sunday morning. Appreciate you guys, as always. I'm back on the air 1 week from today. We've got the draft coverage taking up the Thursday nights with Donnie Football and the boys, rightfully so. Be sure to tune in for that, and be sure to tune in for a 1:35 first pitch with the Rays and the Bucks. McClanahan against Keller. Again, 1:35, the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at noon. 12:35, the Pirates Insider Show with Jason Mackey. That's the rest of the day. Thank you again for joining us this morning. I'm Jack Hillgrove saying see ya. FanDuel's More Ways to Win is next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates look to take Game 3 of their series versus the Tampa Bay Rays. First pitch at 1:35. Mitch Keller is on the mound for the Pirates. He takes on Shane McClanahan of the Rays. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at noon on 93.7 The Fan. The Pirates Insider Show at 12:35. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Hey, it's Pony, brought to you by FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. That's right, turn $5 into $250 in bonus bets just for getting started. And when every possession matters in the playoffs, FanDuel makes it easy to get closer to the action from player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you'll need to back them up. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, puts player research right at your fingertips so you can check stats, trends, and matchups all in one place and make your picks with confidence. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Before you know it, the play-in round of the NBA will be here, and I am excited to watch Steph Curry try to put Golden State on his back and lead them into the actual part of the NBA playoffs. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now. Double bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
This April, spring into serious savings at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payments starting at $399 for 39 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's Ram Truck Month. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, it's as easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates fall to the Rays 8-7 after 13 innings. The game also had a 2-hour rain delay. And the Penguins fall in Game 1 of the NHL playoffs to the Flyers 3-2. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The following program has been pre-recorded.
FanDuel's more ways to win radio across the Odyssey app, FanDuel Sportsbook app. All right, first Sunday of the NBA playoffs. Now that the play-in is over, the Sixers advanced. They knocked off the Magic to get the 7 seed. And, okay, your reward for that is playing the Celtics. Probably a tougher challenge, definitely, than getting the Pistons in round 1. And the line backs that up. Game 1 today, 1 o'clock Eastern time, 10 a.m. Pacific, bright and early. Celtics a 12.5-point favorite in this game. Sixers plus 530 on the money line. Total is on the lower side at 214.5. Let's talk to Brian Barrett from the Off the Pike podcast, part of the Ringer Network. We obviously here at FanDuel have a great relationship with them, so we're excited to have him on to break down this series. Brian, I think when the season started, I'm looking at all the numbers that we had on FanDuel with Boston, and they look now kind of short-sighted because the expectation, I think, was that Jason Tatum was going to miss pretty much the entire season. So the over-under win total on them was 41.5. They smoked that 56.5, and their odds to win the championship were 60-1, and now they're down to plus 550 with their playoff journey about to start. So how did all the people who do this for a living, sorry, FanDuel, but I'm just going to editorialize here, how did we get the timetable on Jason Tatum so wrong?
Yeah, I think it's sort of it's kind of unique in the sense what transpired on that night, unfortunately, for the Celtics in New York. But he tore the Achilles in New York, as we all know, and it just so happened that the best Achilles doctor in the world, if you want to say, best Achilles surgeon, I guess I should say, in the world was in New York. So at the time, I didn't believe in all this stuff where they said, this is really good. There was no swelling because he got the procedure done less than 12 hours after tearing the Achilles. So there's less scar tissue. There's this new Achilles surgery, the speed bridge, and that's going to allow him to recover quickly because the more swelling you get, you add weeks to the recovery, and he basically got that thing right away. So at this particular point in time, I can't deny that all that stuff was actually true because clearly he's come back, and he's not exactly 100% Jason Tatum, but I'd say that he's 80 to 85% of the guy that he was pre-injury.
Wow.
And I do have to say, too, when you look at it just from a pure Celtics perspective, it's happening because of what Mazzulla specifically and Jaylen Brown have done all season long to put him in this place where when Tatum came back, they were number 2 in the Eastern Conference. If they were like a fringy play-in team,
yeah,
I know he planned to come back, but I don't know if the Celtics you know what, maybe sit this one out. It's a really good draft. We'll try to get sort of a young player to match up with you guys, but they've done such a great job with player development. Guys like Shireman has had a big role. Keita, who was the 4th big on the team last year, has been better than all the bigs that left the Celtics with Kornet, Horford, and Porzingis. And I know Porzingis and Horford were good in the first play-in game that they played, but those guys have missed a bunch of time, and I would say that Keita's been a more effective player than Kornet. And I love Kornet. I thought he was going to be the biggest loss just based on age, but it's player development, and all these other guys just have performed at a much higher level than expected.
Yeah, I didn't see that for Keita when he was at Utah State, to be honest with you, that he was going to turn into this kind of key cog on an NBA team. So you gave you gave Mazzulla and Jaylen Brown the lion's share of the credit, though, for getting the Celtics to where they were at through the first 50-plus games of the season. How did those two get the East? There were questions about the East going into the season because of all the injuries that happened in last year's playoffs, and it was probably viewed as the weaker conference, and for good reason. But, is it just the amount of teams that were tanking this year? Teams in the East weren't as good? What do you really ascribe the Celtics being almost a 60-win team this year despite all the adversity that they faced?
Yeah, well, first of all, with Jaylen, it's just I didn't expect him to ever get to this level. I thought his highest level was going to be what we saw in 2024, which was a great player. He was the Eastern Conference Finals MVP and the Finals MVP. You could argue with that or, but he played at a very high level. And then you go to the postseason last year, and his numbers just dipped off dramatically. And what we're finding out now, it was basically due to the fact that he was dealing with a knee injury that needed surgery after the season. 2 years ago, he was 60.7% on twos in the playoffs. That was down to 49.2% last year. He made 7.3 made twos per game, which was 6th of anyone that played in 2 rounds. That number was down significantly. So it's just he didn't have lift on his jump shot last year. And now we're seeing, he's one of the best athletes in the NBA, which has the best athletes in the NBA. His mid-range jump shot was so good for the majority of the season. It tailed off towards the end, but the thing that happened is he increased his free throws. Basically, ever since he called out the officials after the first San Antonio game, he's taken 8 free throws per game. He's been in the top 10 in free throws basically all season long. So he's much better than I thought he would be. His playmaking's been better. But specifically with Mazzulla, he just has non-negotiables. And if you look at the roster, they have one small guy that they play, and that's Pritchard, who's been by the numbers, one of the most efficient isolation players in the league. That's the only small guy they play, and that's a Brad Stevens thing in terms of building the team. But it's unique. Like, everybody talks about them taking threes. Well, they're also one of the best offensive rebounding teams in the league. And they really don't care about getting to the rim because they feel like, okay, that can trigger fast breaks the other way. They have one guy that gets to the free throw line, now two, with Tatum coming back. And then defensively, they just have a really solid team. Like, you think about Shireman, who I think that there is a chance that Shireman actually starts game one rather than Hauser, because Shireman did a really nice job on Maxey the last time they played. He held him for 3 for 10, either him or Walsh, and I'd prefer Shireman just because he's sort of a better overall player. But Shireman's a good defender. Walsh is a good defender. Ugo, now out of the rotation, is a good defender. And Cade has turned out to be one of the best sort of valued defensive players in the league if you look at his on-off metrics. So I think it's all that. Like, they just have a lot of good defensive players, and they take threes. They don't take shots at the rim, and they're always set up defensively.
Brian Barrett with us here from the Off the Pike podcast, part of the Bill Simmons radio family or audio family. Celtics and Sixers. This is supposed to be a one-sided series. Boston a huge favorite in game one that's going to start up later on this afternoon. If you go by, and I know this is kind of maybe surface level, but if you go by just the basic, how do you score the basketball and how do you stop teams from scoring? The Celtics were the best team in the NBA in terms of fewest points given up this year. But overall, they were 19th in points scored. Now, obviously, NBA regular season statistics now, Brian, more and more should be taken with a little bit of a grain of salt, maybe even bigger than that, actually. You don't typically see a team, though, in the bottom half of the league in scoring compete for an NBA championship. So are the legitimate concerns about their depth of scoring and quantity of scoring, or do you just chalk that up to the NBA regular season is pretty much meaningless and Jason Tatum missed most of the season?
Well, I think the majority of that is, like, if you look at Philly's offense, they rank 16th in offense this season, and the big thing with the Celtics is you look at their offensive rating points per 100 possessions, they've been a top 5 team.
It's actually really good. Yes, that's a great point. Yep, that's exactly right.
The points thing, it's more about the Celtics are actually dead last in the NBA in pace, which is essentially just a possession stat. So they're efficient when they actually get into the half court. They're one of the better half court offenses.
They just want to slow the game down. Exactly.
Yeah, they want to slow the game down. They want to be set up defensively. So I think it's more that than
Do you think
else.
you can set the pace like that in the playoffs, though? But not maybe against Philly you can have your way, but can they play that way and win the NBA championship?
Yeah, I think so, because we've seen it even the year that they won the championship in 2024. That was not a fast-paced team. It's always been kind of stunning just because you would figure they would play fast just because they have two of the most, and not at this point, but at that point, two of the most athletic wings in the NBA. But they've done a really good job in terms of how they set. And the other thing it does is it doesn't let the other team leak out. And the Celtics, that's why, like I mentioned that thing about not getting to the rim. They don't take a lot of bad shots. They're a really good offensive rebounding team. So I think they would prefer to play at this pace. The one team where I think it could be effective or it could hurt them is the Knicks, because we saw Missoula last year try to match up double bigs. It was really perplexing. Like, Pritchard was the leading scorer when they won in New York in Game 3. And then he played 15 fewer minutes the next game, and they kept trying to go double big. They kept having Porzingis out there when he was
I'm not even sure the Knicks are going to get out of the first round, Brian, to be honest with you.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think Atlanta, like, out of the teams that sort of have an opportunity here, the lower-seeded teams, I think Atlanta is the best chance of that. I don't give Toronto much of a chance against Cleveland. And the other thing I would say just about sort of the Knicks, like, the Celtics kind of hurt the Knicks in the final game of the regular season with nobody out there. They beat Orlando, which pushed Orlando sort of down.
Yep.
And Atlanta wasn't playing their guys because Atlanta was thinking, oh, well, they could have got to the 5, but Atlanta's thinking, well, I mean, the Celtics aren't playing anybody, so Orlando's going to win. And it just so happens that we were in a situation where...
Man, what the hell happened to them? My God, you want to talk about odds on FanDuel that were off at the beginning of the year. How about the Magic, Brian? Good Lord.
Yeah, I think they're just one of the most poorly coached teams in the NBA. I think that's what it comes down to, because their offense leaves a lot to be desired. I will tell you, though, to your question about sort of the offense, here's my one concern about this team offensively, because Derek White is, if you look at anything, on-off metrics, just raw plus-minus, he's plus 598 behind only Shea, Wemby, and Chet. So, like, 2 MVP candidates and Chet, who plays with Jay. Mm-hmm. He has been legitimately one of the worst shooters in the NBA this season, and he does so many other things well that, I mean, it's been a conversation here, but he shot 32.7% from 3, And if you go back to 2023, when Derek White really became Derek White for this team, because the 2022 run was kind of odd with Ime here. But if you look at the last 50 playoff games that he's played in, so that's since 2023, when Derek White scores 15 or more points, they're 23-6, 793 win percentage. When he has fewer than 15 points, they're 10-11, a 476 win percentage. So I do wonder if we're going to see a couple of these games where Derek White, because all season he struggled shooting from three, and for really a 2-year period, out of high-volume three-point shooters, he was one of the best guys in the league. So it is a little bit concerning, and he was dealing with a knee bruise situation down the stretch of the season where he's getting games off. That's my one concern, because he's going to be out there between 35 and 40-something minutes per game, because he's one of the best guard defenders in the NBA, but he shot the ball really poorly this year.
Brian Barrett with us here from The Ringer, the Off the Pike podcast. Celtics and Sixers are going to start their series coming up here momentarily. Let's do Philly versus Boston series correct score. You've got a sweep at plus 170, Celtics in 5 at plus 195. You could get cute and say Celtics in 6, and that pays out 5-1. I don't think you're going to pick this to go the distance 6-1, but what do you like here, Brian, in terms of how many games it's going to take Boston to win this series?
Yeah, I'll go with the 5 games, the plus 195. I just feel like, especially this Celtics team, they're going to have one game where, say, they shoot the ball really poorly. And not so much this year, although opening night, Maxey did have 40 against the Celtics. Maxey's going to have one big game of the series. The one thing, even going back to their championship team, the one thing the Celtics have struggled with is these really quick guards. And I don't know how many guys in the league are quicker than Maxey. And they don't have a great matchup for him. I'd prefer Derek White to be off the ball. And he has not done a great job historically against Maxey. That's why I mentioned earlier, I think that I would start Shireman over Hauser just because in the last matchup, he held them 3 of 10 shooting from the field. So I think Shireman brings more to the table from a defensive perspective than Hauser. But they'll show him a bunch of different looks. And if you just look up and down the roster for Philly, especially we don't know the long-term sort of health of Embiid in this series. I just don't feel like they have enough offensively. And then if you look at it from a defensive perspective, like Paul George is now older. I would not put him on Jalen. I think it's a terrible matchup for Jalen because Jalen's just too fast and too explosive at this point. So who do you put on Jaylen Brown? Does that mean, I don't know, is it Kelly Oubre? I think if you look at it, I mean, Edgecombe is only 6'4", so he's giving up size. He's also giving up weight. Like, if Jalen's out near the three-point line, he can handle that with his speed. But if Jalen's getting the ball with an advantage, he's too small. I don't think they have a good matchup for him. That's why I'd probably put Paul George on Tatum and just say, hey, let's try to see if we can slow down Tatum's scoring, because his playmaking's been really good since coming back as well. Maybe if we can slow down Tatum, we can do enough to try to gut out 2 wins in this series, because I just don't see, like, if I'm them, I'm almost living with Jalen going for 30 in these games, because I just don't think they have an answer to stop that. When Tatum, of course, 15 games back from an Achilles surgery, I think that's probably their best bet, is trying to slow down Tatum in this series.
All right, how about today's game? Big number, 12.5. You like the Celtics to win this game big?
Yeah, I think they'll cover the 12.5. And look, I know that game ones historically can be sort of a feel-out process, if you will. And we just saw, of course, Philly just played the other night on Tuesday. So it's going to be a while since the Celtics have had their full group together. But the way that things transpired last year, I believe the Celtics are going to get out to a good lead in this game. And considering they blew 20-point leads in Game 1 and Game 2 against the Knicks, I don't think they're going to step off the gas this year. That's sort of been a point of emphasis this season. Start strong, finish strong. I don't think the Celtics are going to give the Sixers any hope in the second half of this game. Unless Maxey goes for 40, 45 points, and he still may go for 40, and they may lose by 20 points. I think the Celtics are going to thump them today.
All right. Brian Barrett, everybody, from the Ringer podcast, the Off the Pike podcast there, does an awesome job. I'm sure we'll be talking throughout the playoffs, Brian. Thanks so much, man. Be well.
All right, Pony. Appreciate it, man.
Back with more right after this. All right, Brian.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit truegreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details. details.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day, land rewards, and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promo. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery, CORE, in celebrating National Donate Life Month and is encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 7,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April, help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core.org/register.
This is Bob Pompiani reminding you not to get sacked by traffic during the upcoming draft. Make PRT your number 1 pick. PRT is running special Football Flyer Express bus routes to the North Shore and Point State Park. Coming from out of town? Grab a hotel shuttle or drive to any park and ride lot and PRT will take you from there. And it gets even better. Rides on all the Football Flyers, light rail, and the Mon Incline are free during the draft. Go to rideprt.org/draft for complete details.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. Carnell Tate from Ohio State is the best receiver in this draft, and he's going to be the first wide receiver taken. First of all, he's big. He's been well coached, as all the receivers that come out of Ohio State are, but he's a difference maker because of his ability to adjust to the ball in the air, his route running, and he's a game changer. He could go as early as 5 to the team in New York. He could go to Cleveland at 6 or the team in Washington at 7.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates fall to the Rays 8-7 after 13 innings. The game also had a 2-hour rain delay. And the Penguins fall in Game 1 of the NHL playoffs to the Flyers 3-2. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Spring Sales Drive is on, and the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. The 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander features a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. Drive yours home today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. Plus, take advantage of our Spring Sales Drive bonus box and get up to $750 more for your trade.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Aetna has been my lifesaver. Easy to understand, and if not, customer service is always there to help.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We show up for you because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state, only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right
There's
customer
not really any more
shouldn't be.
Actually, we're watching 2027 tape now, so we're always on to next year. But I'm excited for this year's draft, and I hope fans feel that same excitement.
For sure, Josh. I appreciate you as always, my friend. We'll do it again soon.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
That is Josh Edwards, CBS Sports NFL Draft Analyst. Always good to be able to catch up with him. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, NBA playoffs got underway yesterday. I'll tell you the team that impressed me the most and the team that I'm most looking forward to watching today. That's next there on Westwood One Sports.
Is Ohio State about to dominate the first round of the NFL Draft? The Buckeyes have 5 players projected in the top 15. Downs, Tate, Styles, O.H. I.O. React with us Thursday as it all goes down from your home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Sky Rizzy.
The following program has been pre-recorded. Giving you the tools to win this weekend with FanDuel's More Ways to Win with Andrew Filipponi. On now. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
FanDuel, More Ways to Win radio across the Odyssey app, the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Big Sunday here. 19th day of April. We've got a lot happening. Full Sunday of baseball. We'll give you the slate and the odds and the money lines and everything else, run lines on those games coming up. NBA playoffs, day 2 of the real playoffs now that the play-in is over. Play-in winners playing tonight against 1 seeds and 2 seeds. And you've got the Stanley Cup playoffs, game or night 2 of that. After it took the NHL forever to give us dates and times for games, we've got them now. 4 games on the schedule, including one they've been waiting 15 years for in Buffalo. This is the hottest ticket in the first round, the most expensive. Bruins in Sabres, this rivalry renewed, 7:30 puck drop, game 1 between Boston and Buffalo, these Atlantic Division rivals. Buffalo minus 184 on the series line there. That's to win the series. That's just not tonight. For the game tonight, Buffalo minus 160 and plus 132 is the Bruins to win. Mike Shope from the Sabres flagship station, WGR 550 in Buffalo, joins us here. Mike, can you speak to the anticipation and what's happened this year? Because the GM got fired. It looked like this was same old, same old. The drought was going to continue. And over the course of the last 40, 50 games of the season, it seems like this is a team that the fan base has fallen back in love with.
Well, that's for sure. This is arguably the best experience to have as a sports fan when you just don't expect anything. I mean, I think I'm like a lot of fans. I know I have the professional obligations, but that it really just detached from it emotionally, always expecting the worst.
Yeah.
And then suddenly they won 10 games in a row right before New Year's. They kept the pace up for the most part, got to the Olympic break, and then came out of the Olympic break and maybe won 8 in a row again, and just sort of kept testing me, us, everyone. Is this like actually happening? Is this for real? I mean, whether it is or not, the fans are stuffing the building. The atmosphere is incredible. You know, when the Sabres are an item, that's about as good as it gets in the NHL, at least in the States, for a vibe, for a market.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we're into it. That's to say the least.
Mike, we haven't had anybody on the show to talk about this revival, so we don't have an answer to compare it to. But if you had to explain to the bettors and listeners who are tuning in right now what the catalyst was, what was the thing that drove the Sabres from playoff afterthought in Atlantic Division doormat to winning the division and getting back to the playoffs, what would it be?
For me, and I'm sorry to be boring in this way, but there's no one easy answer. The GM change is a pretty easy narrative because there was a credibility upgrade, I think, there. I think maybe players felt like they were trapped here, and most of their good players are on deals where they can't get out if they wanted to. They still couldn't get out. Mm-hmm. So I think that happened, and they got a little lucky in some games. They're getting saves this year. And then, Andrew, I think, you win a bunch of games in a row and you're in the race and well, why not?
Yeah.
Why not us? And I think I talked to EJ Radick recently from NHL Network about it. And I think he's right when he said to me, I've always really liked their roster. Their data stuff, 5-on-5, even last year was really good. I mean, they are a good team 5-on-5. The special teams last year, or power play at least, was terrible.
Yeah.
And goaltending has been bad. So I think you have a combination of, okay, well, we have a good group. There's nothing else to do here. We can't get out. Let's just keep going. And EJ said the Sabres had to, realize they were not the Avalanche or the Hurricanes or a team that can just expect to win all the time. Treat every game like it's opening night. Mm-hmm. And so I think some combination of those things, they get hot. Hockey is, there are streaks. And here we are. I mean, first place is pretty insane from where they were.
Mike, the thing that we brought up, and it was, lost in the football season on this show, but before the hockey season started, we had a couple professional bettors on. And the three teams they liked, and this is funny because it ended up being a loser in the end. The three teams they liked on either, well, it wasn't make the playoff bets. It was over their season point totals. Buffalo to go over theirs, that would have won. The Rangers to go over theirs, which was like an all-time loser. It had no shot. It was pretty much dead from Thanksgiving on. And then this is the tough one. Utah, which looked like it was money in the bank, and then they lost 4 out of 5. And even though they made the playoffs, they finished with 92 points, and the number was 92.5, which is an all-time beat.
That's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't need the games.
I know. So, yeah, it was rough. But Buffalo, to your point and EJ's point, like there was, even with the years of underachieving and missing the playoffs, there was a sense among the people that didn't look at intangible things and ephemeral things to think that this team would actually be better this year. Who was the team MVP? Who was the guy on the Sabres that you would say above all else was the player to give the most credit to here?
Rasmus Dahlin is their best player, I think, easily. And he's the captain. He missed,
yeah, what a sad story. With his wife,
well, his fiance had a heart transplant, and she was struggling, so he left the Sabres, and they, approved. They let him do it, which of course is the right thing. That was in October or November, and he missed games. They were really floundering without him, so that's also a part of the formula as to how the season, what the season was. So he's for me easily. I mean, he could be a Norris finalist. I doubt he wins, but he should be in the conversation and has been. I mean, Tage Thompson goes to the World Championships last year, scores the winning goal in overtime for Team USA, goes to Milan Cortino and is a part of that team that wins, and he contributed. And so you got a 40-goal scorer there. He scored 40 back-to-back years. And then the Sabres, I think what they have over the Bruins is the depth.
Yeah.
I mean, you have Josh Doan, who I think hit 25, Tuck, Benson, Norris. I think Norris and Jack Quinn are interesting long shot bets to lead the series in scoring or in goals, because a lot of what the Sabres do well, and you can see that by their box scores in the last month, it's not really that much Thompson. It's more those other guys, second line, third line. So that, I think, is their edge in the series. I think Dahlin, though, and, the goaltending has been outstanding, too. It'll be Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen in Game 1 and probably throughout unless it goes badly.
Yeah, how about the goaltending? You need it to win a Stanley Cup. It's not always the best guys. Some years it's Bobrovsky, some years it's Aiden Hill. So how do you feel about the Sabres goaltending at large going into this, Mike?
I don't spend a lot of time trying to predict that, like you said. I mean, anti-Niemi, right? I mean, there are just, I hear a lot of
Darcy Kemper.
We could be here all day. You hear a lot of this goalie's never done it in the playoffs, and then they do, and then we just don't talk about it anymore. So, I mean, Luukkonen had an excellent season. He's got the net, unless something goes wrong. The series, like always now, is spaced out, so there's no back-to-backs or anything. And I have no idea. I think that the Bruins, if you're checking boxes, the Bruins go into the series with the better goalie. Swayman is probably top 5 in the league, but I think really that's their only edge.
What is so you said depth. Do you think that is the Sabres' biggest edge in this series then? Scoring depth specifically?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, my partner here on WGR, Bulldog, has put it this way all year, and I'll defer to it. Like, their superpower is having 4 defensemen who are super long. I mean, just really tough to get to penetrate. Dahlin, Samuelsson, Byram, and Owen Power. But yeah, I mean, they are really good in transition. Those guys are a part of that. And almost all 4 lines. I mean, their fourth line is tough to, play against, as they say in hockey. And I think guys like Quinn and Peyton Krebs and Norris is not really like a depth piece. He's more of a primary. But still, like, they have more good players than the Bruins, bottom line.
The series price here is really not that prohibitive. Like, for example, Tampa and Montreal opened with the Lightning minus 260 against the Canadiens. By comparison, this is affordable. If you want to bet the Sabres, it's minus 184. So it's under minus 200. We'll start there. Do you like the Sabres to win the series? It sounds like you do.
I do, and that makes this conversation the first time I've ever been on your show where I picked Buffalo.
Yeah, feels like it.
But I do. I think the Bruins are the worst team in the East because Philadelphia got really good, and even though their whole season metrics don't look great, the second half does look good, and Boston doesn't even have that. I think also what I like in terms of betting is if there are certain narratives you don't believe in that are out there, and that's experience for me in sports, and I just don't care that the Sabres have not been to the playoffs. Like I mentioned, Thompson, Dahlin too. I mean, they've played on the highest international levels, so what are they going to be scared?
Yeah, so this is anti-Pasternak has played in the playoffs before, and Dahlin hasn't. Yeah.
I just don't care. And I know that they don't care that the Sabres used to lose to the Boston Bruins in the 80s. So I think there might be a little bit of a sense that it should be Boston because it's always Boston.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bruins were last in the Atlantic Division last year.
They're poached.
I could easily get to why Buffalo should lose. You know that about me, but I really can't do it here.
Boston was 200-1 to win the Stanley Cup before the season started. The two teams that came out of literally nowhere, and it's not Buffalo, because Buffalo, their point total was right in line with a team that would make the playoffs before the season started. Boston and Pittsburgh had absolutely horrible odds to make the playoffs. Nobody thought either team was going to be good. And they still might be right as far as what they do in the playoffs. How about the correct score of the series? You can get Buffalo 11-1 to sweep, plus 440 to win in 5, plus 390 to win in 6. How about this? 7 it has the lowest odds, shortest odds. Buffalo in 7 is plus 340. So what do you like here, Mike?
I'm not brave enough for a sweep, but those 5, 6, 7 prices are also close. The Sabres have won Game 7 once in their entire history. They have one Game 7 win. They've lost to the Bruins twice in Game 7. But again, I don't think that matters to the players. The Sabres would have home ice in that game. I'll take 6, but for no particular reason.
Now you've got our production staff here trying to remember the last time they won a 7-game series. And I don't want to bail. I don't want to bail them out here and give them the answer. Have you give that to them? Well, we know it wasn't the last time they made the playoffs, right? They played the Flyers, I think, and lost. And was that 2011, right?
And lost in Game 7, yes.
That's right. So you've got to go back before. Now we know it wasn't the conference finals in 2006, not to bring up bad memories, but I just did.
That was also a Game 7 loss.
Yes.
That's correct.
Oh, man. Mike, is it like
Somebody's
way back?
Going to have to say it.
Is it like way back in the day, or is it gettable for somebody like even me? What do you think here? Is it old?
What year were you,
is
what
it
year
more?
Were you born?
I was born in '86. So is it old Memorial Auditorium days? Like, is that what we have to go back to here?
If you were a Sabres fan,
okay,
given your age, it would be your first memory of the Sabres.
Oh, so it's got to be like mid '90s. Oh boy. So like early 90s, 93 maybe. No, because they swept the Bruins in 93.
They swept the Bruins and then went to Montreal and got swept. And every game was one goal. Alex McGillney broke his leg. That's sort of the losses.
So it's got to be a Hasek. It's got to be a Hasek team.
It's not.
It's not.
This was the series where he said he was hurt.
I love how you
and
did that.
Got into an altercation with a sports writer who thought that he wasn't. And there was all kinds of drama with the Sabres.
So that would have been Steve. That would have been Steve Shields in goal.
Right.
Oh man. I don't know.
97 Ottawa.
Okay.
Overtime.
I got the Shields part right. I feel good about that.
Yes.
That was okay.
Great name for a goalie.
That was, tell me about it. That wasn't bad. All right. Mike Shope, everybody, on the Sabres back in the playoffs, getting ready to take on the Bruins, and he's not picking Boston because they used to beat the Sabres back in the 80s. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks. Thank you. Anytime.
Back with more right after this.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates fall to the Rays 8-7 after 13 innings. The game also had a 2-hour rain delay. And the Penguins fall in Game 1 of the NHL playoffs to the Flyers 3-2. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599 VIN TT 044098 RWD model 7186 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th. Wayfair, every style, every home.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today's showers and spots, windy and cool, high of 54. Tonight, chance of rain, low of 34.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
South Hills Kia, let's go. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and they're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia, go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Best club fitters are at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. You will see ball flight not just 5 feet and drop like other golf stores. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is the only place to get your new golf club. Plus, April is demo month. Set up your time today.
This September, something big is coming. Fest PGH, a one-day music and arts festival at Highmark Stadium, featuring Switchfoot and a full lineup of live music, plus art, family fun, ways to give back, and a powerful outdoor mass. Hosted by the Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh, it's a day to connect, serve, and celebrate together. Tickets are free, but space is limited. Reserve yours now at festpgh.org, September 19th. Reserve your free tickets today. Heading to the draft in Pittsburgh on April 23rd or 24th? Make parking easy with Highmark Stadium. Located just minutes from the draft action, Highmark Stadium is a convenient option for fans who want to park close and enjoy the weekend without the hassle. Spots are available now for both Thursday and Friday, but space is limited. Reserve your parking today at riverhounds.com/draft parking. That's riverhounds.com/draft parking.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. The following program has been pre-recorded. Letting you know before you place your bets. Back to FanDuel's More Ways to Win with Andrew Filipponi on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio across the Odyssey app, the FanDuel Sportsbook app, April 19th, 2026. A huge Sunday in sports. This is the Sunday before the NFL draft. We also have the NBA playoffs going on right now, the Stanley Cup playoffs, full Sunday of Major League Baseball to bet on as well here on America's #1 sportsbook. Let's take a look at what's going on here in the NBA playoffs. We had 4 games yesterday, and we've got 4 games going on today. The play-in winners are going to take on the top seeds in the NBA. The 1 seeds and 2 seeds in every conference are going to take the floor. Last night and yesterday afternoon, going through those games and now resetting the odds for those series on FanDuel. Let's take a look at those. Cleveland won game 1 against the Raptors in Cleveland, 126-113. Spider Mitchell had 32 in that one. Max Strus came off the bench. He chipped in 24. So Cleveland, the 4 seed, beat the 5 seed. And if you look at the odds now in that series, the Cavs are up to a -820 favorite. The Raptors plus 570. If you believe that a series doesn't start until the home team loses a game, well, then maybe you'd like Toronto. But even though it's supposed to be, in theory, the closest matchup 4 versus 5, I don't actually see it that way. I'm not big on Cleveland big picture per se, but I do think they can win that series quite easily. And so they are now -820 after that win. Nuggets took out the T-Wolves 3-6 game there. Denver 116, Minnesota 105. The Stars came up big for Denver at home. Jamal Murray had 30. He went 16 of 16 from the free throw line, and good luck finding a better player in basketball than Nikola Jokic. He's a champion. He's an MVP. He really is one of the best players of all time. He had a triple-double in that game, and he sometimes does it so understatedly, where he doesn't look like he's doing a lot out there. He doesn't move like a premier athlete, but he does every single thing well. And now the Nuggets are a minus 520 favorite to win that series against Minnesota, another team that's had playoff success lately. The Knicks at MSG over the Hawks, 113-102. Jalen Brunson had 28. He's been a big-time playoff performer in the past. And Karl Anthony Towns, who's caught in a lot of crap in New York for not being a good defensive player, for settling for threes. He had 19 of his 25 in the second half of that game. And the Knicks, who were only up 2 at the half, they ended up pulling away in the third quarter and winning the game by double digits. So now if you look at the state of that series on FanDuel, you've got the Knicks as a minus 420 favorite. So not as big as the other two series that we just talked about. And by far the most interesting result, saving the best for last in terms of games we've already seen. How about the Lakers? No Doncic, no Austin Rivers. LeBron James and the Lakers 107 against Kevin Durant, and the Rockets 98. Luke Kennard had 27 for the Lakers. Yeah, Luke Kennard gave them 27 on 9 of 13. The guy was 5 of 5 from 3. Luke Kennard, who has been all over the place in the NBA. He came over from Atlanta in a trade, and he wasn't automatic in this game. Was excellent. DeAndre Ayton was also 8 of 10 from the field with 11 rebounds. Vintage LeBron game, though. Controlled the game, was the maestro out there. Played 38 minutes, 19 points, 13 assists, 8 rebounds. The Lakers win that game by 9. Durant did not play. So I said Durant and the Rockets. He sat this game out with a right knee injury. And so now the question becomes, all right, how does that affect the series moving forward? Well, the Rockets are still a minus 240 favorite to win it. They're still the pick to come back and win, even though they lose game 1 to these injury-riddled Lakers. So that's the status of the series that we saw on Saturday. Now let's look at the games we've got later on today, starting at 1 o'clock. Celtics a 13-point favorite against the Sixers. That series is supposed to be a laugher. Boston is a minus 1150 favorite to win. The Sixers plus 730 on the that's their series price to win. Worse than 7-1 odds. 2 versus 7 here in this matchup. You're going to see what the Celtics are just so well rounded. Jason Tatum's come back from his Achilles injury. Jaylen Brown, we already knew he was a great player because of what they did winning the NBA championship 2 years ago. Now we're seeing him blossom and bloom even more so. He did it. And this is going to be like an extreme comparison, but when Michael Jordan was off retired playing baseball, we saw Scottie Pippen flourish and on his own become, he showed everybody that he was still one of the best players in the NBA by himself for those couple of years, even though they didn't have all the playoff success they would have wanted. They didn't win championships, but he was incredible for the Bulls. And we saw Brown, not for 2 years like the Bulls were without Jordan, but we saw Jaylen Brown lift the play of the Celtics this year without Jason Tatum. And now those guys have been reunited down the stretch here. Brown had 28.7 points per game this year, which was a career high, almost 7 rebounds, over 5 assists. He was incredible. And for the Sixers, they're going to be without Embiid, who has the appendectomy that he's coming back for. And it's always something with Joel Embiid. And it never, when he plays, fantastic. 27 points per game or whatever it was. But he's 32 years old now. This is not a young man anymore. And this whole trust the process, he's going to be the guy that leads them to the promised land. I think it's too late for that. He has not played more than 39 or 38 games in 3 or 4 years. It just doesn't happen. And maybe it's bad luck. His body breaks down. He's a big man, 7 feet tall, almost 300 pounds, I would guess. And it's just a pity because the Sixers are going to be, I wouldn't say an all-time what if, because it's not like they were that kind of like built to win championships. But Embiid's career, I think, is going to have that looming over it. He might end up, this is another like way throwback situation. I could see him in his mid-30s being one of those Bill Walton types. Like Bill Walton went on and played with the Celtics and helped them win a championship at the end of his career, having battled all those injuries. I could see Embiid doing something like that and catching on with the team and winning a championship that way, where he's like the third option on a team or fourth option and he's not expected to be the guy. But, that conversation is for a separate day down the road. But right now he's supposed to be the Sixers' best player, and they can't count on him again because of health, and they're going to get snowed in by the Celtics in this series, a 13-point dog. You can say the same thing about the 1-8 matchup in the West. It's the Thunder and the Suns. That game at 3:40 Eastern, 12:40 Pacific. The Thunder a 14-point favorite in that game. What is the series price, guys? Can you pull that up for me? Do we even have one on FanDuel? We do. Minus 4,500 for the Thunder to win it. The Suns are 16-1 to win the series. What's disappointing about this, and this is going to be disrespectful to the Suns, but whatever. It's just how I feel. I don't care whether the Phoenix fans are going to get mad at me. It would have been a lot cooler if Golden State had beaten the Suns on Friday. And this first-round series, even though it would still go Oklahoma City's way, if it's the Thunder versus the Warriors, and it's Steph and Draymond and Kristaps Porzingis in that group and Al Horford, and it's those guys trying to beat the defending champs, and SGA who's going to win the MVP, and Chet Holmgren and Williams and those guys. Like, if that's the series, that's a very compelling 1-8 matchup. And that would have been great. Like the TV networks, you got Amazon in the mix now, you got NBC, ESPN, and ABC still as well. They would have been thrilled to get their hands on a Thunder-Warriors matchup. That would have been as glamorous as the Durant versus LeBron when Durant gets healthy first-round series. And they're not getting that. Instead, they're going to get a walkover, pushover series here where the Suns do very, very little to keep it interesting against the Thunder. That's probably a 4-game matchup, and then the Thunder will wait around to see if they play the Rockets or the Lakers in the next round. The 1-8 matchup in the East. Okay, let's get to that here at 6:40 is when this game is going to start tonight. The Pistons and Magic. This line is the smallest of the day, and it should be the biggest. It's 1 versus 8. Detroit is an 8.5-point favorite in that game. The series price is only Detroit minus 600, only because they're a 1 seed. I just told you what Oklahoma City is as a 1 seed. And the Magic are plus 450. Orlando embarrassed themselves in Philly on Wednesday. They got throttled. They got killed. They played a horrible game. There was so much hoopla and buzz about Charlotte and Ball and Con Knippel and the things they did this year. Such a fun, upbeat team. Shoot a lot of threes, blah, 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 blah. Orlando smothered them on Friday night in the play-in and killed them in Orlando. The Magic, and I'm not saying that this will happen, but we saw Indiana last year play great defense. They made their threes. Orlando sucks at threes, but we saw them make their threes. They got some injury luck, too. They beat the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. They went all the way to the championship. They upset the Bucks in the first round in Giannis and Lillard. Giannis, I don't think, played, actually, now that I think about it. But, Detroit still, they lost to the Knicks in the first round last year. Cunningham's a stud. But they're not your traditional 1 seed where they're getting picked by people to win the NBA championship or go to the finals. I think they're vulnerable. I think Orlando plays great defense. I would have told you before the season started, what were expectations back before Halloween? It was for these teams to pretty much be equals. And, I just think it's possible that Orlando wins. I like plus 450 on them. I think that's a value bet. I think that's a bet a little and win a lot bet. You bet enough on that series where, you're not going to care or feel disappointed if they lose, but if they win, you're going to make something. So I like the potential actually for a 1-8 upset there. And then the last one is the Spurs versus Blazers later on tonight. You've got the Spurs in the series as a minus 1,500 favorite, and you have the line is at 11. See, what happened here with the play-in in the Western Conference is the wrong teams won. TV wanted the Clippers in with Kawhi in the LA market, even though there's not a lot of Clippers fans anywhere on earth. They wanted the Clippers and they wanted the Warriors, and instead they got the Blazers and Suns. And the Blazers and Suns have no shot against the Spurs and the Thunder, even though the Spurs do not have a lot of playoff experience. All right, that's taking a look at the NBA Day 2 of the playoffs. We'll be right back. It's FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates fall to the Rays 8-7 after 13 innings. The game also had a 2-hour rain delay. And the Penguins fall in Game 1 of the NHL playoffs to the Flyers 3-2. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The following program has been pre-recorded.
FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio across the Odyssey app, the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Welcome back on a huge Sunday in sports. We've got all kinds of Major League Baseball games today. Every team plays. We've got the NFL draft coming up on Thursday. It's weird the way the NFL draft betting works. There's a lot of states that don't allow it. So it's tough to talk about here because I'm only talking to a segment of the audience, so we're not really going to do that today, unfortunately. I wish it was legal everywhere, but it's not. And we've got the Stanley Cup playoffs and NBA playoffs going on right now, too. 3 games to recap from Saturday in the NHL, the opening round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, the best playoff in sport, arguably. We'll see how those games, I'll let you know how they affected the overall odds for those series here. Carolina shut out Ottawa 2-0 in Raleigh. You had Logan Stankoven and Taylor Hall score goals for Carolina. It was Frederick Anderson. There was some question of who was going to be in net for Carolina. He got the start. Anderson's been the veteran there for a while now. He only saw 22 shots. He stopped all of them. He made 7 power play saves. So Ottawa had chances with an extra man. They couldn't score. Ottawa's a trendy pick here to win the series, to pull off an upset, to be the wild card team that beats a 1 seed in these 1 versus wild card matchups. There's 4 of them, and then you've got the 2 versus 3 in each division matchups. That's how the NHL playoffs get structured each year. It's not 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7 like it is in the NBA. So Carolina, it was expected to win the series, though. They take Game 1. They're now a minus 315 favorite to win the series. Ottawa's at plus 250. I like Carolina to win. Ottawa's got Ullmark in net. They've got Tkachuk, Brady Tkachuk. They've got guys on defense who have come back from injury and played well. But, they lost to Toronto last year. And Carolina they've got a system. They shoot from everywhere. They try to play the possession game. They try to win with analytics. Like, they're not the biggest, most physical team. And, maybe over the course of the playoffs here, like, I could see them once if they win the Metro playoffs, which I think they will, when they get to the conference finals, running into trouble again like they have the last couple of years. But I do think they'll end up winning this Ottawa series, so I'm not going to give you a real compelling argument to come back here and bet Ottawa plus 250 in that series. The Wild and the Stars, these are in the Western Conference. really in the NHL. You've got, in my opinion, you've got Colorado as the best team. Then I think you've got 4 teams that are vying to be the second best team in the NHL. Tampa Bay, Carolina, and then these 2 teams, Minnesota and Dallas. And they get matched up against each other because of the quirkiness of how the NHL does their playoffs. The Central Division in the West was way better than the Pacific Division, and the second and third best teams in the Western Conference were Minnesota and Dallas, but they have to play in the first round of the playoffs. So it's going to stink for the loser of this series. They're going to feel like they kind of got jobbed and hosed by the NHL, which they did. And in Game 1, Minnesota, starting a rookie goalie, goes to Dallas and kills Jake Ottinger, the big-time Dallas goalie, and they win 6-1. And Matthew Boldy, who's a name that hockey fans know and not everybody knows, he had 2 goals and an assist. Joel Eriksson Ek had 2 power play goals. Wallstad is that rookie goalie. He made 27 stops. 6-1. I mean, a big statement win by Minnesota. Just a huge statement. Now you wonder, did they score too many? I mean, what do they have for the Stars for Game 2? If you look at the updated odds now on that series, guys, pull them up for me. I'm guessing Minnesota's going to be favored now. They are minus 210 to win the series. So it has flipped that much. If you like Dallas, though, now's the time to bet them because they come back and win Game 2. They're still going to be an underdog, but it ain't going to look like this. They're going to be a small underdog in that series. So now is a good time to bet Dallas if you think Game 1 is not the end of the world. And I was at the Penguins and Flyers on Saturday night in Pittsburgh. Penguins looked flat for a lot of that game. They get beat by Philly 3-2. 2 goals from the blue line from Philadelphia. Travis Sanheim ended up getting the goal there that put them up 2-1. And the Penguins got a late goal with Sidney Crosby in the penalty box and a pulled goalie situation. But they did not really put a lot of pucks on net in this game. They lose at home. So 2 out of the 3 home teams lost in the opening night of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And now the Flyers are actually a pretty big favorite in that series at minus 178. And I like the Penguins plus 146 to come back and win that series. I love that price on them, believe it or not. I think that's a very good deal. I don't think losing Game 1 is the end-all, be-all. I still think Pittsburgh's the better team. The Flyers have not won a home playoff game since 2016. So let's see how nerves get to this team now that it's switched. They're the hunted now and not the hunter because they're the favorites in the series. Here are the 4 series that kick off later on today. 3 o'clock in Denver. This is the most one-sided or lopsided matchup on paper. It's the Avalanche, who had 121 points in the regular season. They won the President's Trophy, which goes to the best team in the NHL regular season. The Kings, the worst team to get in the playoffs in either conference. They're the 16 seed. 90 points for them. They won 35 games all year. The Avalanche won 55. So they're supposed to make short work of the Kings. I think Colorado is going to win the series. Let guys pull up the series price for me here and let me know what the Avalanche are in the series against the Kings, because it's got to be a big number. Minus 530 for the Avs, plus 390 for the Kings. The Avalanche are going to win the series. Here's the thing about LA, though, and they've done this before in the past. They're a very good structured defensive team. Maybe their style is going to translate to the playoffs, and they can hold Colorado's offense in check and win some low-scoring games, but that's not how I see it. I think the Kings are a sacrificial lamb here. I think it's a shame that this is how Anze Kopitar, the great Kings center, 2-way player, Selke winner for years, Stanley Cup champion, is going to end his career because he's retiring at the end of the year. But whatever, he's not Wayne Gretzky, so it's not like the all-time great or somebody like that is hanging him up. I expect Colorado to have too much firepower for the Kings, and they'll win that series, which starts at 3 o'clock later on today. Game 1 of Canadiens Lightning in Tampa. These teams finished with the same number of points. It came down to the very end in the Atlantic Division with the Canadiens, Lightning, and Sabres, who we'll get to in a second. Canadiens and Lightning both at 106. Lightning won 50 games. Canadiens won 48. And but you look at the price here for this series, and it's Lightning minus 250. to plus 202 for Montreal. We don't think that Victor Hedman's going to play game one. His status is still in doubt for Tampa, which is a really big deal. Tampa's got the best goalie in the playoffs in Andrei Vasilevsky, and they've got a lot of scoring. You've got Nikita Kucherov, is one of the most underrated great players of all time. Jake Gensel, who's a big-time goal scorer. Been there, done that, guys like Cicerelli and Braden Point. Montreal's got goal scorers, Cole Caulfield, Hudson. I mean, they've got as a great player. Suzuki, who's a really good two-way player. I mean, they're not a bad team, but I love Tampa in the playoffs this year. They'll get Hedman back at some point. Radish has had a gigantic year on their blue line. I think they are a very, very dangerous team, and I think that they will win that series, and it'll be rocking in Montreal for games 3 and 4, boy. I mean, that place is going to be electric. It's the best home ice advantage, I think, from a crowd standpoint, the way that they get into the game, how loud they are. But I don't think that the Tampa's going to be intimidated by that whatsoever. So I like them to win that series, and so do the odds makers. Bruins and Sabres. Buffalo ends the 15-year playoff drought tonight at 7:30 Eastern against Boston. And Buffalo is minus 184 to win this series. Boston is plus 152. Boston limped into the playoffs. They're the first wild card. And Buffalo fired its GM like a quarter of the way through the season. And from then on out, they were one of the best teams in the NHL. It's a great story. This is the hottest ticket. It's the most expensive game one ticket. You can't get in the building tonight in Buffalo for under $400 on the secondary market. That's how badly people want to watch Sabres hockey. I worked there. I lived there. You feel like you're in Canada when the Sabres are good and it's in April. That's how much the city engages with and gets into everything that they do. So that is going to be a rockin' spot tonight for the Bruins and Sabres. Boston's got Pasternak. They've got some guys that have been through the battles of the Stanley Cup playoffs, but there's a reason why Boston has such a low over-under point total this year, why expectations were not there this season. Swayman in goal, who was part of the American team in the Olympics. Maybe he steals the series. I guess that's on the table. But I don't think that Boston has enough scoring. I don't think their depth is good enough. I think Buffalo is the better team, and unless they have a goaltending issue or, nerves of being in the playoffs for the first time get to them, I expect them to move on and beat Boston, and I would pay the minus 180 price. My upset among the 4 series that go off today is in the Mammoth and Golden Knights series. Utah is in the playoffs for the first time since moving to Utah, since they ceased to be the Arizona Coyotes. The Golden Knights are going to host this game. I don't know, man. I just don't see them as the vaunted team that they were cracked up to be this year. Vegas is minus 182 to win the series. I like Utah at plus 150. Utah's got a lot of scoring. They got a goaltender who played 60 games this year and put up good numbers. You've got goaltending questions in Vegas. It's going to be Carter Hart for game 1. I mean, that guy's got an unbelievable checkered past. He was banned from hockey for a while. You've got maybe Aiden Hill, who helped them win a Stanley Cup as a backup, but when do they turn to him? So that's a kind of a messy situation. Yeah, Tortorella didn't lose a game in regulation after he replaced Bruce Cassidy, but they played garbage teams down the stretch. I don't think their defense is as good as it's been in years past when they've either won or competed for Stanley Cups. I just think Utah's a very well-rounded team. I don't know if they're great at anything. I don't think they're bad at anything. Logan Cooley didn't play a lot of games. He's a big goal scorer, and he's back healthy and helped them in the second half of the season. I really like Utah. I thought Utah caught a break. They finished 4th in the Central Division. Instead of having to play Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota, they get to play Vegas here, and then they get the winner of Edmonton and Anaheim and the warts that those teams have. So I say look out for Utah. I think Utah can get to the Western Conference Finals. And plus 150, when they host playoff games for the first time, Game 3 and Game 4, wait till you hear what that place sounds like. They're going to be buzzing for that. So Those are the 4 series in the NHL. We'll continue to break down the playoffs here on FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio. We'll be right back.
Fan Twitter brought to you by Southfield's Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at deatakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Spring to adventure at Joe Ball GMC. Get up to $4,000 off a new GMC Canyon AT4 or enjoy financing as low as 3.9% or lease one for just $399 a month for 36 months. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw, JoeBallGM.com.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Tops Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. Next Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the field at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug. Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here, and we're expecting our 3rd child in June. And you guys know what that means. My sleep is about to disappear, the house is about to get louder, and life is definitely going to get more hectic. And weirdly, that's why I'm glad I already know how to do all this with Awaken 180. Because when I first started with Awaken 180, we had just had our 2nd child. I had a torn up knee that was going to require surgery, that was going to keep me immobile for 6 to 8 weeks. And life was just very messy and very chaotic and very hectic. And on paper, it was the perfect time to make excuses. Instead, it turned out to be the perfect time to have a plan. Awaken 180 gave me a roadmap: what to eat, how to stay on track, how to keep it simple when everything else felt chaotic. That's what people get wrong. If life is hectic, that's not a reason to wait. That's a reason to have something that makes one part of it easier. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is Bob Pompiani reminding you not to get sacked by traffic during the upcoming draft. Make PRT your #1 pick. PRT is running special Football Flyer Express bus routes to the North Shore and Point State Park. Coming from out of town? Grab a hotel shuttle or drive to any park and ride lot, and PRT will take you from there. And it gets even better. Rides on all the Football Flyers, light rail, and the Mon Incline are free during the draft. Go to rideprt.org/draft for complete details.
Remember your first football game? The sound of the crowd, the smell of the grill, the moment you fell in love with the sport. Now it's your turn to pass on that moment at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. Families walk through the greatest moments in football history and create new memories of their own. From legendary artifacts to stories that span generations, it's an experience every family should share. The Hall is located less than 2 hours from Pittsburgh, so make the short drive to greatness. Plan your visit at ProFootballHof.com.
Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington's spring sales drive is on, and the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. And now through April 30th, take home a new 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander with premium interior, advanced safety, and third row seating starting under $30,000. Get yours today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. And with our trade assistance, get $3,000 minimum for your trade when you purchase a new vehicle.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Call 470-594-5294 for offer details.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42!
You're going down, Doug. Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates fall to the Rays 8-7 after 13 innings. The game also had a 2-hour rain delay. And the Penguins fall in Game 1 of the NHL playoffs to the Flyers 3-2. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down. Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, windy and cool, a high of 54. Tonight, a chance of rain, low of 34.
Come on, Taylor, inform us. During the Jeep of Pittsburgh's Declaration of Deals sales event, what's your difference?
Bob, we keep it really simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're gonna beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
We haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Draft weekend is coming to Pittsburgh. Kick it off at Nova Place. Join them Thursday, April 23rd from noon to 6 for a free family-friendly afternoon with live music, DJs, games, food trucks, and local vendors. Park at the Nova Place Garage, just steps from the draft footprint. Test your skills in the mini combine, grab a drink at Federal Galley, and get ready for an unforgettable football weekend. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Hey, it's Pony, brought to you by FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. That's right, turn $5 into $250 in bonus bets just for getting started. And when every possession matters in the playoffs, FanDuel makes it easy to get closer to the action, from player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you'll need to back them up. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, puts player research right at your fingertips so you can check stats, trends, and matchups all in one place and make your picks with confidence. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Before you know it, the play-in round of the NBA will be here, and I am excited to watch Steph Curry try to put Golden State on his back and lead them into the actual part of the NBA playoffs. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus in Pleasant, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible. Bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly. 724-515-5551.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day, land rewards, and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos, sponsored by by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Spring into April savings at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Drive home in a brand new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payments starting at $239 for 36 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The following program has been pre-recorded.
FanDuel's more ways to win radio across the Odyssey app, FanDuel Sportsbook app, 19th day of April. It is a big Sunday, full slate of Major League Baseball, NBA playoffs, and Stanley Cup playoffs. Full weekend, first weekend for both. We're giving you the latest odds and going into the big matchups there throughout the morning. Let's do a little Stanley Cup playoff talk here. One of the Western Conference first-round matchups starts in Vegas. And you've got the Vegas Knights tonight, 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, taking on the Utah Mammoth. Vegas wins the Pacific, came down to the final days there, and the Mammoth now from the Central Division come over and play as the wild card here in this matchup. Vegas is favored to win Game 1 tonight. They're also favored to win the series. Ken Bolke with us here from Sinbin.Vegas. They've covered the Golden Knights since their inception, and they've done an amazing job. And he joins us to preview this series. Ken, the Vegas Knights did something completely unorthodox, very, really bucking tradition by firing their coach right before the start of the playoffs. John Tortorella, who everybody knows, goes in. Speak to this audience for the first time and tell them why that move got made right before the Stanley Cup playoffs.
The Golden Knights were kind of toiling there for a little while. They obviously have very high expectations, as they have essentially since they began the franchise and went out to the Stanley Cup final the first year. And they weren't in true danger, but it was looking a little iffy. The division was kind of keeping them afloat, and they had a lot more losses than they had wins. And so they kind of decided, like, we got to try a last-ditch effort here. We got to give this last thing one more roll of the dice. And they made what, in the moment, kind of looked like a pretty strong panic move. Like, this is the last opportunity we have to do anything. That's what they opted to do. It's worked out to this point. However, they've also played a lot of really, really bad teams. So It's hard to completely judge it. And really, the judging begins right now.
Yep. What kind of stylistic or philosophical changes do you think the Vegas Knights have shown or will show now that Tortorella is calling the shots there, Ken?
So he's kind of used the same terms, and they're all ridiculous coach terms that don't really mean anything, which is like mindset and energy and spirit. And it's like, can you talk about hockey for a second, man? Mm-hmm. So I'll talk about the hockey a little bit more. The real change that they're trying to do is they're trying to be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more risk-taking.
Okay.
Under Bruce Cassidy, they were, I wouldn't say they were like adverse to risk, but there was always in the back of their mind, let's be defensively solid. His idea the entire time he was here, and the Golden Knights ended up winning a Stanley Cup off of it, was to make sure that they were keeping the puck out of their own net, to insulate their goalies, to insulate their defensemen, to make sure that it's hard to score against them, hard to get the puck to the middle. It kind of helped dry up their scoring a little bit. We saw that's what happened at the end of the playoffs last year. They didn't score for 127 consecutive minutes on the Edmonton Oilers, which that's an eye-opener, right?
Yep.
So they're going to try to get a little bit more forward, try to take a few more risks with their defensemen joining the rush, pinching down the walls in the offensive zone. And in turn, it's probably going to open them up to a little bit more of a rush game coming back at them, transition game, potentially 2-on-1s. They struggled a bit with that in Tortorella's first couple games. It has gotten better. But like I said a second ago, they've also played some of the worst teams in the league, so it's kind of hard to determine if it's truly working or if it's more just bad competition.
Vegas was the big winner of the offseason sweepstakes when they got Mitch Marner to sign there. He played almost every game. Has that move had the desired effect on this Vegas Knights team, Ken?
Yes and no. I think himself personally, he ended the season with 80 points, which is effectively a point per game. He missed one game because he was a little late coming back from the Olympics. So 80 points in 80 games, 24 goals. That's good enough. That's not exactly $12 million player in the NHL at this point.
Yeah, that's down from what he did in Toronto, for sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, he was well over 100 for a while, and that may return. We'll see. Usually when 100-point players switch teams, the history says they drop a little bit off, and he didn't, it's not off the side of the cliff, so it's not the end of the world. I think the question now becomes, they ended their season last year not scoring. They knew they needed more scoring. They had to find a way to generate more offense. And now all of a sudden, here we are in the playoffs with a team that did not score more than they did last year in the regular season. Marner is not a 40-plus, 50-plus goal scorer. They have not really materially changed the offensive firepower of the team, and now they go into a postseason expecting to score more in hopes, I guess, because Tortorella's behind the bench. So Marner's going to have to really do the job now, and that was the criticism in Toronto. The issue in Toronto was the guy doesn't score in the playoffs. Well, it's playoff time. Let's see if he scores now.
Talking to right now we're here on FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio, and we're breaking down this opening round series, between the Golden Knights and Mammoth. Guys, got to get out of my ear here when I'm trying to talk. You're giving me stats, and I'm trying to move this interview along. I get the stats. I'll give you the numbers you want me to give right now. The spread for the series is Golden Knights minus 188 and the Mammoth plus 155. To win the series for Game 1 tonight. It is Vegas minus 162, the Mammoth plus 134 on the puck line. The total in the game is 5.5. Ken, the big question for every team that makes the playoffs is goaltending. Do you have Stanley Cup caliber goaltending? Do you have goaltending that can win 16 games over the next 3 months? How would you answer that question as someone that's covered the Vegas Knights all year?
Definitely a question mark. Throughout the regular season, they did not have goaltending that could win a Stanley Cup. Aiden Hill did not have a particularly good year and was injured for a good portion of it. Akira Schmid's basically a career backup in the NHL. He had success once in the playoffs, but it's a little while ago and with New Jersey. And then Carter Hart, when they signed him, he was obviously suspended for the trial that he was on in Canada. Then he gets eligible to play. Plays a few games, was starting to look a little bit better, then got injured. Then he comes back, and now all of a sudden he's on a little bit of a run, and he has, I think it's 5 games in a row that he has won. The save percentage is in the 920s, so it's starting to look a little bit better, but I still go back to the same thing I've been saying. It's against mostly bad teams. So they may have it. They have 2 potential options. Carter Hart's going to be the starter. Aiden Hill's going to be an option if Hart is not able to do it. There seems like there is a chance for it to be there, but thus far this season it has not, until maybe you can argue the last 6 games.
Ken Boehlke from Sinbin.Vegas here on the Vegas Golden Knights and Utah Mammoth. They will close out the night of hockey here. You've got a big day beginning with the Canadiens and Lightning, followed by the Bruins and Sabres. You've also got the Kings and Avalanche at 3 o'clock Eastern, noon Pacific time, day 2 or night 2 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Ken, we've been previewing not just the matchups, but as the season rolled down here, or winded down, like looking at these teams and their potential odds and everything else. I've had a lot of people on who actually really like Utah, who think that they got a gift by switching into the Pacific playoffs, unlike Dallas and Minnesota, who got to play each other, and then the winner likely gets Colorado. And even though this team has really virtually no playoff experience to speak of, there are actually some things about Utah that could give Vegas trouble. How do you handicap the team they're going to play later on tonight, Ken?
Yeah, I think they're good. Like they're definitely not what their standings number says. So they have 92 points in the season. Vegas ended up with 95. Typically, those aren't playoff teams in the NHL. This year, it is, because the Western Conference has been kind of a mess. The Pacific Division was a pillow fight, is the term that Connor McDavid used. It's not been good. This Utah team, they do one of the things that the Golden Knights have struggled with, and that is they pressure on the forecheck. When they dump the puck in, when they put it deep into the zone, they make it really hard for you to get out cleanly and get out with possession. And that's where the Golden Knights have struggled. When they've had their problems during different times of this season, it's been turnovers in their own end that turn into quick strike offense. And it's even worse when you look at the fact that Utah has guys that are scorers. They have Logan Cooley and Dylan Guenther and Keller and Krause and Schmaltz has scored a bunch of goals. They have guys that put the puck in the net.
Yeah.
So that is a bit of a concern. I agree with you that like the playoff experience thing is certainly going to be part of this. That includes the coach. Their coach has never coached in a playoff series compared to Vegas has a coach that won the Stanley Cup in 2004. So there's a huge difference there. But it's not going to be an easy series. Like, I think matchup-wise, Utah's not a great matchup for the Golden Knights. Like, it's not the worst one that it could have been. That would have been Colorado. But it's not exactly the perfect matchup. And analytically, the teams are very similar, which are both have basically they both underperformed what they're supposed to have done analytically. So even one of Vegas's biggest things that everyone would say this is the reason they're going to do much better, Utah has it too.
Yeah, Utah is a fascinating story for bettors. I know you're out in Vegas, so you're probably familiar with this, Ken. The way they stumbled down the stretch, losing 4 of 5, everybody thought they were a slam dunk to go over their point total this year, and because they lost that last game, they missed out by a half. They finished with 92. The number was 92.5 for them this year, and that was a very popular over bet for people back in October. Who do you give the goal? You just mentioned Carter Hart and Aiden Hill. Who do you give the goaltending advantage to in this series?
I would certainly lean towards Vejmelka. He said he started 63 games this year.
Incredible.
So really
you don't see that anymore, man.
It's wild, yeah. I mean, and what's crazy is he started the last one. They're already locked in. It's already set up. They're good to go, and he still starts it. They pulled him for the third period.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, man, did he get injured or something? He didn't. But so I think he's just a little bit more consistent. I think he's had a longer stretch, and that's something we have to really be careful of with goalies is sometimes we get these small sample sizes, and like Hart's going through it right now where his sample size off of the injury is excellent. Or like he's really good, but it's only 5-6 games. If you take the 5 or 6 games right before he got injured, it was really bad. And having watched all of those games myself, he's basically been the same. It's not all that different. The numbers say it's a massive difference. I think there's a reason to believe that Hart can be as good, if not better, than Vejmelka in the series.
Yeah.
But if you're just trying to kind of handicap it and say what's the more likely scenario, I think there's more data to support that Karel Vejmelka is going to be more consistent. And I think he has a higher ceiling too. Like he makes some unbelievable saves. Plus, he catches backwards, which that sometimes can throw teams off in a playoff series.
We went over the series price with you just moments ago while the guys were screaming in my headset here while I was trying to talk to you. Vegas is a minus 162 favorite tonight. I care more about what you think is going to happen over the course of the whole series and not just this game. It's Vegas minus 188 to win the series to Utah's plus 155. Who do you like and why, Ken?
Yeah, I think there's value there in Utah. I think the Golden Knights will end up winning the series, but I think it's going to be extremely close. And just looking at it before the series starts, I think 190 is too high. Like I just think that they're too close of teams. You look at the statistics, you look at the way the seasons have gone, you look at even just going player by player or line by line. Like it's very, very close. I understand that there's a home ice advantage, but the Golden Knights haven't been particularly great at home. They're 20-21 in their home games this season.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're dominating at home. Utah's home ice advantage might actually be better because it's the first time that they've ever played a playoff game in that state. So that place is going to be rocking. That place is going to be super excited, where here it's not to say that Vegas fans aren't going to be pumped for this. They will, but this is like playoff game 100 or something for the Golden Knights in the last 9 years, where it's won for Utah. So I'm going to end up probably picking Vegas in 7. I feel like that's where I'm going to end up landing, but I just am not sure that it should be this much off. Like, it should be closer to a coin flip, maybe leaning a little bit towards Vegas. So I guess I would have to argue there's value in Utah. That being said, is there value if I don't actually think they're going to win? I don't know.
Yeah, we call those on our side value losers. And we love talking about those bets that we made that lost, but, we feel good about them losing because we got value. So, join the club.
Process,
yeah, we talk about that all the time on this show.
Yeah. I'm broke. I have no money left, but
it was still smart.
Was excellent.
Yeah, Ken Bolke from sinbin.vegas. It's a great website, podcast there, just very digestible and great articles to get you up to speed on this matchup and this series, which I do think will be one of the best in the first round. Hey, Ken, thanks for stopping by FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio. Let's do it again if the Vegas Knights keep winning, okay?
Let's go.
Back with more right after this.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates fall to the Rays 8-7 after 13 innings. The game also had a 2-hour rain delay. And the Penguins fall in Game 1 of the NHL playoffs to the Flyers 3-2. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
South Hills Kia, let's go. The 2026 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $249 a month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, only $199 a month. Top trade values are happening right now. Don't miss it. 24-month leases, $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offers end May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia. Deals like this don't last. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Cohen Markets is introducing Crave Wraps. Each one comes on a 7-inch tortilla wrapped around one of their famous chicken tenders. Try all 7 varieties or build your own. Get the wrap you crave, now 2 for just $5. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
It's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. New casino users get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game, The Sweetest Collectum, plus up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Play real casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win.
21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. See
BetParks.com for T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Spring is here, and it's the perfect time for a fresh ride. Save up to $2,500 on a new GMC Yukon at Joe Ball GMC. Hit the open road in style this season. Drive home the savings. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw, JoeBallGM.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode too. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days. This September, something big is coming. Fest PGH, a one-day music and arts festival at Highmark Stadium, featuring Switchfoot and a full lineup of live music, plus art, family fun, ways to give back, and a powerful outdoor mass. Hosted by the Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh, it's a day to connect, serve, and celebrate together. Tickets are free, but space is limited. Reserve yours now at festpgh.org, September 19th. Reserve your free tickets today.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
The following program has been pre-recorded.
FanDuel's more ways to win radio across the Odyssey app, FanDuel Sportsbook app. NBA playoffs, first round, going to get underway Sunday night. Spurs and Blazers in San Antonio. The Spurs, the 2 seed. The Blazers, after the play-in win against the Suns, the 7 seed. San Antonio, a massive favorite in both Game 1 and the series altogether. We're joined right now by Joe Reinagel. It's been an awesome sports personality in San Antonio for a long time. Does radio there now on San Antonio Sports Star. Was a TV sports anchor there for a number of years as well, and he's kind enough to give us some minutes here to break down this series and the Spurs' outlook for the NBA playoffs. You know, Joe, it's easy in mid-April to say that everybody saw this coming with the Spurs this year, but that's really not true. Their odds to win the NBA title were not that high when the season started. Their win total over-under was 44.5 on FanDuel. Their odds to win the NBA championship were 66-1. They won 62 games. Last year they won only 34. How did this team go from a 34-win team to on the short list of teams that can win the NBA championship, Joe?
You know, it's funny you say that. I wish I could go back in time now and make a couple of bets, right? When you're talking about those kind of odds. But, you know, what's really interesting about this team is the fact that they just seem to gel. They've got a chemistry that I haven't seen in a long time. You know, everybody talks about Victor Wembanyama, and rightfully so. But when you look at some of these other guys, Devin Vassell has accepted his role. Keldon Johnson, coming off the bench, he's accepted his role. Then I think De'Aaron Fox was a piece that the Spurs really needed to add. They did that last year, and I think this year being able to actually play with Wemby a little bit, something he didn't get a chance to do much of last year when he got to San Antonio. Those two have gelled very well. And I'll be honest with you, nobody, even the biggest Spurs fans here in San Antonio, there's no way. Nobody dreamed that this team would gel and play as well as they have so far this year.
What do you think the influence of the coach? Because for years it was Pop, one of the greatest coaches in NBA history. Mitch Johnson is a full year of control of his team. Nobody else is. What do you think he's done to get that chemistry going there this year, Joe?
You know, you bring up a good point there, and you talk about two different characters when you're talking about Mitch Johnson and Greg Popovich. Mitch Johnson is more of they use the term players coach, where Pop was more of a disciplinarian. Mitch is not like that. Although he will get on to his guys from time to time, but he kind of lets them play. And I think it's just the youth of a Mitch Johnson that is gelled with the youth of this San Antonio Spurs team. This team is so young, it's just incredible how well they have gelled. And Mitch Johnson's a big part of that. And I know he's being mentioned in Coach of the Year prospects. I don't think he'll win it, but he certainly deserves to be in that conversation.
Yeah, the guy hasn't even turned 40 years old yet. I got to ask you about Wemby. He isn't going to win the NBA MVP, at least that's what the odds on FanDuel tell us. It's going to go to SGA again this year. What is the biggest improvement you've seen from Victor Wembanyama from year 2 to year 3, Joe?
You know, the biggest thing is he feels like he belongs, that he can play. When he first got here, is with all the hype that he brought with him, you could see from time to time he just looked lost. He wasn't exactly sure what to do or how to fit in, but he has evolved over the 3 years that he's been here in San Antonio. And now you watch him on the court, the confidence that this young man has. He knows he belongs. He knows he's one of the best players in this league, and he goes out and proves it night in and night out. And I think that's the biggest difference. It's really between his ears more so than anything. The talent's always been there, but I just think knowing that he belongs and he can play with anybody in this league, I think that's been the biggest difference. And his confidence has just grown tremendously from year one to this year.
Talking to Joe Reinagel from San Antonio. We've got the Spurs and Blazers, Game 1. San Antonio with the second best odds to win the NBA championship right now on FanDuel, behind only Oklahoma City, tied with Boston at plus 550. And for Game 1, just a massive favorite against the 7 seed, the Blazers. The point spread in this game is 10.5 on FanDuel. The Blazers plus 390 to win the game outright. Total in the game is on the high side at 222.5. Joe, we'll ask you about the Blazers here for a second. Your thoughts we think the Spurs are going to win this matchup. When you handicap the series, do you see the potential for this thing to go beyond 4 or 5, or do you think it's going to be short and sweet?
Yeah, I think it's going to be short and sweet. I'll never predict a sweep because I think it's the NBA playoffs and all of these guys are pretty good. And I think Portland will manage to squeak in a win here. But I think just talent-wise overall, the Spurs are just that much better. The one.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spencer Toyota, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Hello Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res, Central Outreach, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The pitch. A drive to right field, way back. Reynolds to the wall, and Cedric Mullins. It's a 2-run homer on a 2-0 pitch that gives the Rays an 8-6 lead in the 13th.
And yeah, any loss that you have, especially like that one, is tough. I think that, again, showing the fight of the team. We're down, Rays come out, score 5, we're down 5-4, come up in the 8th inning, and Nick York comes up with a huge hit to tie it up. They score 1, and I don't even know, what was it, the 10th? I can't remember. We score 1, keep it going, have a chance to, we had chances, we had opportunities to win the game, just couldn't come up with that big hit.
If you're looking for break.
So 4 hours, 12 minutes. 2 hours, 27 minutes of a rain delay. Overall, you add it up, over 6.5 hours. That's the definition of going long and wrong for the Pirates. 8-7 yesterday. They fall to the Tampa Bay Rays. This after building a 4-0 lead. Now they have the rubber match of a 3-game series this afternoon. And good afternoon. We welcome you into the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. We're back at the ballpark just after we left it a moment ago. And the Bucs are going to try to take 2 of 3 from the Tampa Bay Rays and keep their position in the National League Central Division standings. Well, we have a lot to get to before Jason Mackey comes in at 12:35. He should be talking to General Manager Ben Cherington. There's some transactions to tell you about. AAA arm coming up to Pittsburgh, and it's Wilbur Dotel, a top 15 prospect. We were pontificating as to whether or not he could be a solution to some Pirates bullpen woes. And we'll get a look at Dotel, you would think today, considering that the Bucco relievers had to cover 9 innings of work. Mitch Keller, the Pirates will need a long outing from him. He takes the ball today in his 5th start of the year, and he'll go opposite of a really good story in his claw back to the big leagues, and that is Shane McClanahan, the left-hander, off to a 1-1, 395 start. Keller is 1-1 with a 286 earned run average. On Tap, brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, where they have those draft commemorative 15-pack cans for next week for just $15.99 on Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. Pittsburgh with the loss yesterday, falling to 12-9 and tumbling to 4th place in the standings. Cincinnati, St. Louis, Milwaukee, and Chicago all winning. Everybody in the National League Central Division is at least 2 games over 500. The Reds are 13-8. They've won their last 2 games, and they've won 5 of their last 10. Cincinnati, or rather St. Louis, has won 7 of its last 10. They're at 12-8. They've won 4 straight. Milwaukee has also won 4 consecutive games. They too are 12-8, a half game back of the Cincinnati Reds. And then Pittsburgh holding just a half game edge, 4th place in the National League Central Division over the Cubs, who, you guessed it, have won 4 straight games, 11-9 Chicago. So that's a look at your standings from Pella Windows and Doors, PellaPittsburgh.com. We'll hear from our minor league correspondents, AAA, AA, and the Bradenton Marauders, some good individual success stories to tell you about. We'll break down the Keller versus McClanahan pitching matchup, and we'll dive a little bit deeper into the transactions that have been made. Wilbur Dotel is up from AAA Indianapolis. Cam Sanders, 1 outing, and he was sent back earlier this morning. There's also a notable injured list stint to tell you about at AAA Indianapolis, so that's all to come. So we invite you to stay tuned as we get you ready for Pirates and Rays. Third and final game of the series, the rubber match, and this will conclude a 7-game homestand. Pirates will head to Arlington after today, an off day tomorrow, and then a 3-game road series at Globe Life Park against the Texas Rangers and Andrew McCutchen before they make their way to Milwaukee to see the Brewers for the first time. They'll return the Monday after tomorrow to open up a 4-game set against the St. Louis Cardinals, and then a big 3-game weekend series against the Cincinnati Reds. So that's all directly ahead for the Pirates, and what's in front of this, again, 12-9 club that lost against the American League for the first time yesterday, 4-1. And if you got distracted not only by the 2.5-hour rain delay, a quick recap of what happened yesterday, because I know everybody, by the time we resumed playing baseball here at PNC Park, they were in the pucks portion of the Bucks and Pucks doubleheader, and it all started swimmingly for Pittsburgh with Paul Skeens on the mound and a sellout crowd of nearly 38,000 on hand here at the ballpark yesterday. He went 4 innings of shutout ball, 5 strikeouts, but the Rains came down, and they came down hard, and they delayed us for a lengthy period of time, and that was really disappointing because Pittsburgh had built Skeens a 4-0 lead. 2-run homers by Ryan O'Hearn in the first inning, and then Marcell Ozuna hit his second of the homestand and extended his hit streak to 6 games. So you're thinking with Skeens on the mound, he was rolling, and the Pirates giving him a 4-0 lead, that this was all a sure thing, but unfortunately, Skeens was unable to return after throwing the 64 pitches and the lengthy delay, and the Pirates had to turn things over to what has clearly been the Achilles heel of this 2026 ball club, and that is the front part of their bullpen. The back part with the likes of Montgomery, Soto, Santana, they've been nails, but the Pirates certainly do need those bridge guys in the bullpen to step up. They went to Cam Sanders, who was brought up just a few days ago for Hunter Barco, and Sanders did not fare well. He gave up 4 runs on 2 hits over 2/3 of an inning, and then Evan Sisk comes in, and Sisk gives up 4 hits over his inning and 2/3. So not only did the Pirates give back all 4 runs, Tampa Bay scored 1 more, and they had the lead the majority of the game, 5-4 over Pittsburgh going into the late innings, before the Bucks eventually did scratch across a run in the bottom half of the 8th inning with a Nick York RBI single to cash in Brandon Lowe, and the Pirates would force extra innings. Plenty of opportunities for Pittsburgh. However, yesterday they had 17 at-bats with runners in scoring position. They collected just 2 hits, and you can lament the 9th inning, the 10th inning, the 11th inning, whatever it may be, plenty of opportunities. But for me, I go all the way back to the middle part of the bullpen, building the 4-0 lead that the Pirates essentially gave back in the 5th inning. A 5-run, 5-hit attack for the Rays. They took control of the game, and they never really gave it up. Pittsburgh did have the tying run at third base in the bottom of the 13th inning, the winning run in the name of Connor Griffin in scoring position, but Joey Bart struck out to end the ball game. Longest game in Major League Baseball this year, both in terms of length and time of game, ironically enough. 4:12 was the time of game. So that was game 2, 8-7 Tampa, after the Pirates won it by a 5-1 count on Friday evening. So today at 1:35, the third and final game of the series. And it'll be a little cooler than the first 2. We're at 47 degrees right now. We'll push into the low 50s, so a bit of a breeze out towards right center field, but not a threat of rain at the moment. Blue skies and a sun-drenched PNC Park. A stark contrast from the soggy Saturday that saw the Pirates fall in another difficult defeat. Your weather forecast from Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. When weather disaster strikes, call Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. We invite you to stay tuned. Coming up next, diving more into this pitching matchup, more on the transaction, and more on Wilbur Dotel. We'll tell you about him, plus the minor league correspondents are checking in. Sunday lineup penned by Don Kelly on his lineup card. We'll run that down for you as well, all in advance of the bottom of the hour when Jason Mackey takes over. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show continues live from PNC Park. I'm Dan Zangrilli, and we're all presented by Keystone Custom Apparel on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley. Baseball is here, but so is the draft, which means you need beer. There's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that's Hampton Beer Outlet, where Iron City Draft commemorative 15-pack cans are just $15.99. That's right, Iron City Draft commemorative 15-pack cans, the low price of $15.99. It's not a dark and dingy beer distributor. No, it's a beer superstore. Drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8.
in Hampton. Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Tops Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. Next Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the field at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
It's National Safe Digging Month, so make sure you contact 811 before you dig. Whether you're a homeowner installing a mailbox, building a patio, or putting up a fence, or an architect, designer, or excavator planning a major project, contact 811 before you dig, because even minor excavation projects can cause major damage. Call 811 or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked. Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, PNC Park. It is Pirates-Rays, Game 3 of the series, concluding the 7-game homestand. Glad to have you along. Another good pitching matchup coming your way today after we saw Skeens and Rasmussen yesterday. It'll be Keller versus Shane McClanahan. We'll get to that in a moment. Great comeback story here from McClanahan and off to a pretty good start. We'll dive into that in just a moment. But today, the Pirates recalled right-hander Wilbur Dotel from AAA Indianapolis. We were talking on the post-game show last night. Well, what could the Pirates do? Sanders, Sisk may not be the options. We were looking internally at the AAA Indianapolis roster. Candidly, not much there that could come and add to the bullpen. One name that we did mention and a potential solution was indeed Wilbur Dotel. And wouldn't you know it, this morning he's recalled from AAA Indianapolis. And when he takes the mound, he'll become the second Pirate to make his major league debut when he appears in a game. Of course, Connor Griffin was the other. Dotel is 23 years old. He was selected to the 40-man roster back in November. And so far, 14 in the third innings, 13 strikeouts in 3 AAA starts. Dotel, Baseball America has him as a top 10 prospect in the Pirates system. Baseball America also has the Pirates farm system as tops in the game. So he's number 9 on the Baseball America list. MLB Pipeline has Dotel at number 12 and a top 15 prospect in the Pirates system. 131 strikeouts a year ago, 125 and 2/3 innings, and this was split over 27 starts, both with the Altoona Curve and then AAA Indianapolis. So over the course of really the last year, the 131 strikeouts that he had at both levels, it led all minor leaguers and were 4th most in Altoona Curve history. So the split finger pitch, which he developed last year, has been a big pitch for him. And I don't know if he's necessarily somebody who's going to be a starter. The Pirates have since signing him as an undrafted free agent in October of 2020. So he is a Charrington product through and through. I like him perhaps in the role that the Pirates are going to use him, and we haven't confirmed what that role is going to be, but considering that he was swapped for Sanders, you would think it's going to be the front part of the bullpen to give a little bit of length. How long he'll be up here, I think, is to be determined. I don't know if there's anything that's preconceived. I think considering where the Pirates are, having open auditions for these roles, allowing anybody to take control of them and grab them and keep them, Dotel, I would say, has just as much an opportunity to win the role as anybody would, as the long man in the bullpen, because they've already, through the first 22 games, cycled through a bunch of guys, whether it's Barco, whether it's Sanders, Dotel. He could stick if he so chooses. So that's the latest. Also, there are reports about Password Garcia, Justinson Garcia, acquired in the Johan Oviedo deal from the Boston Red Sox, a top prospect in their system. He's on the injured list with lower back tightness, the 7-day IL, and he's gotten off to a slow start. Many others have as well for AAA Indy, and maybe we'll have some more light on that shed by Ben Cherington on his radio show, which is about 20 minutes away. All right, let's take a look at who has the ball today. Brought to you by Joe Ball GMC. You can have it all at Joe Ball. Mitch Keller looking for a rebound outing, getting his 5th start of the year, his 3rd career start against the Tampa Bay Rays. And amazing story here of perseverance for Shane McClanahan, the left-hander who was just on a star-studded trajectory. Began his first 77 starts with a 3.05 ERA, a 34-17 record before his career was derailed. He's missed the last 2 seasons. And here's the story. If you've forgotten about McClanahan, it was August 2023, Yankee Stadium. He leaves with left forearm tightness. And you know what that essentially is going to mean. Tommy John surgery was performed a few weeks later, and then it wasn't until an entire year that he started throwing off a mound and facing live hitters in Rays spring training. So from injury to August 2nd, 2023, he didn't face hitters until August 21 of 2024. So he enters the offseason of 24 going into 25 fully healthy, and he began his usual spring buildup. Then you get to Grapefruit League action, 3rd start. He was removed with left triceps tightness. Then he was later diagnosed with nerve irritation. So he starts the year on the 15-day injured list. That essentially morphs into a 60-day IL stint. So then he goes and sees a nerve specialist after feeling discomfort in his first full long-distance bullpen session. This is June, by the way, 2025. Resumes a throwing progression. Then he goes to a rehab start in the FCL. Then he moves to AAA Durham. Couple of starts with AAA Durham. This is July of last year. He's pulled from his rehab start. It's now biceps tendonitis. So he has to go undergo a radial nerve decompression surgery on the left triceps, August. And then that basically put to bed his 2025 season. So all of 24, all of 25, McClanahan has missed. And again, 34-17 with a 3.05 ERA, August of 2023. Pirates have seen him in his career a couple of times, and he's pitched very well against Pittsburgh, but it's been nearly 3 years since they saw him. Last time, May of 2023, 6 innings, 1 run, 5 hits. He struck out 9. Pirates saw him 4 years ago, 10 strikeouts in a 7-inning masterpiece where he gave up just a run on 4 hits. So far, the pitchability is there. The command is not. 11 walks in 13 2/3 innings, but he's only given up 5 hits. He does have the strikeout available to him still, having not pitched, so the stuff is there. 13 punch-outs in those 13 2/3 innings. Buck 54, they're hitting off the fastball, and the velocity is maybe down a tick or two. It's about 95 miles an hour. The slider is still a nasty pitch, buck 11. The changeup still really good. So the quality of stuff is there, and that's why you're going to give Shane McClanahan as many opportunities as possible. So he goes this afternoon against Mitch Keller, who struggled with the free pass in his last start against the Nationals. 4 walks, 5 runs, 6 hits. Just a bad matchup for Keller, facing all of those left-handed hitters, and we'll see how he fares against the Tampa Bay Rays. We'll tell you the lineup that he'll face coming up here in just a moment, but directly ahead, let's get to some of our minor league correspondents. So stay with us. We're back to PNC Park in just a moment as we get you ready for Pirates and Rays. Rubber match of a 3-game series as the Bucks conclude their 7-game homestand here on a chilly Sunday afternoon, but the sun is shining at PNC Park as we continue on with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. North Shore Tavern, your home for steak on a stone.
This is Bob Pompiani reminding you not to get sacked by traffic during the upcoming draft. Make PRT your number one pick. PRT is running special Football Flyer Express bus routes to the North Shore and Point State Park. Coming from out of town? Grab a hotel shuttle or drive to any park and ride lot, and PRT will take you from there. And it gets even better. Rides on all the Football Flyers, light rail, and the Mon Incline are free during the draft. Go to rideprt.org/draft for complete details.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Did you know Zero Res does commercial cleaning? Yeah, Zero Res isn't just for homes. They help your business stay cleaner longer with a patented residue-free cleaning process. No sticky soaps, no harsh chemicals. That means carpets, tile, upholstery, and ducts stay cleaner longer, even in high-traffic spaces. So instead of constantly re-cleaning, you're maintaining your facility the right way. Zero Res Commercial. It's smarter cleaning. For more info or to schedule a free estimate, visit zerores.com/commercial.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Lowe. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Lowe. Restrictions apply.
The Hep C Cure Squad is here for your protection. Cause if you are uncertain, my suggestion is get tested. The time is now. Find your nearest local clinic. What's exquisite? If it's hard for you to travel, they do home visits. You're not alone, listen. They're here to help. You deserve to focus on your future well-being and health. This next line is tremendously important. You don't have to pay a dime, a single cent, or need insurance. Doc Hep C, I speak, screaming, yell it loudly. Don't you ever doubt me. Come and get your cure from Central Outreach.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pirates-Rays rubber match 3-game series. It is a 135 first pitch. Mitch Keller for Pittsburgh, the veteran right-hander against Shane McClanahan as his comeback continues. A 1-1 record with a 395 for McClanahan, and for Keller, he's at 1-1 with a 286 earned run average. Pittsburgh still has won, despite yesterday's loss, 11 of their last 17 games. And take a look at what the Pirates pitchers have been able to do. How good have they been? Going back at least as far as August of last year, which is 58 consecutive games, August 18th, they have recorded at least, as a staff combined, 6 strikeouts. It's the 5th longest streak by any major league team in the modern era. So the Pirates are missing plenty of bats. They got a pretty good start before the rains came yesterday from Paul Skeens, the 4 shutout innings, and Mother Nature essentially cost the Buccos a game. They gave it all back with the front part of their bullpen, fell 8-7. So the series is even at a game apiece. Taking a look at our minor league reports brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. They have home equity loan rates as low as 5.25%, and the full terms are at allegiantfcu.org. Our correspondents every Sunday check in. Let's begin. Bradenton, they have some really exciting players. We have told you basically every night and given you updates on what Shane Hernandez has done through his first 3 professional starts. 5 no-hit innings, 8 strikeouts. He's only allowed 3 hits through his first 3 games, and we'll see if he winds up in Greensboro here sooner rather than later. Heck, maybe even Altoona. There's some speculation as to whether or not his stuff would play in the big leagues right now, and I think everybody feels that the answer is yes, at least from a stuff perspective. It would be, I think, a real hard sell for me to find him in Pittsburgh by the end of the year for a kid that was drafted out of high school last year, but he may be the exception to the rule. I wouldn't hedge a bet on that just yet. I would think, however, 2027 could definitely be in the cards for Shane Hernandez. However, there's a guy by the name of Murph Gray that's also gotten off to a great start. He was part of the Ben Cherington 2025 draft class.
For Single A Bradenton, this is Matthew Hargrove. The Marauders have answered back in a big way after being swept by the Cardinals last week, going 3-2 so far against the Tampa Tarpons. Bradenton ended a 6-game losing streak on Tuesday behind Murph Gray's amazing performance at the plate. The Pirates' number 18 prospect had 2 home runs and drove in 7 RBIs. That included a go-ahead grand slam in the top of the 5th inning. Through the first 2 weeks of the season, Murph Gray leads the Marauders in batting average, home runs, and RBIs. He's up to a .380 average with 3 home runs and 15 driven in. The Marauders also earned their first back-to-back wins of the season with wins on Thursday and Friday. Thursday featured a really strong outing by number 24 prospect Xander Meath. Meath went 4 innings and punched out 4 batters in what was his best outing in a Marauders uniform. On Friday, the Pirates' number 2 prospect Seth Hernandez was back on the bump, and he did not disappoint. The 19-year-old collected 8 strikeouts over 5 no-hit innings of work. He is now not allowed a hit over his last 9 innings. I talked with the Pirates' number 21 prospect Ed Gleam Perez on what is so fun about catching Hernandez.
He's nasty. I like work with him together, so that is pretty good for me. I got the game, so I stay the same page with him. I make the all pitches, so he's so nasty, bro. I like him. He's good teammate, good person, and he's nasty in the mound.
On Sunday, the Marauders go for the series victory when the Pirates' number 14 prospect Levi Sterling takes the mound at George M. Steinbrenner Field. For Single A Bradenton, this is Matthew Hargrove.
Yeah, some exciting guys. Edward Florentino also beginning a rehab assignment there. He's a top 100 Major League Baseball prospect, 19 years old, burst on the scene last year. So Bradenton has a few guys that you certainly want to keep an eye on that particular roster. The Altoona Curve getting off to a terrible start, quite frankly. They lost, I believe, their first 11 or 12 games, but you can't keep the Curve down for long as John Moses checks in from Curve, PA.
With AA Altoona, this is John Moses. The Curve were the final team in professional baseball to finally pick up a win. They broke a 12-game losing streak to start the year Friday night with a 5-3 win over the Portland Sea Dogs. With a second win under their belt in a speedy 1 hour and 47 minutes on Saturday afternoon, the Curve are starting to right the ship. A key member of the bullpen to track in Curve, PA this year is left-hander Jaden Woods. Drafted in the 7th round in 2023 out of the University of Georgia, Woods begins his 3rd year at AA. With his power fastball and filthy slider, he has the tools to get major league hitters out. But for that to happen, it starts with confidence.
The biggest thing is really, just believing in myself and keeping the same confidence. Rather, if I have bases loaded and no outs, or I try to 1-2-3 innings. So, staying neutral and everything of that sort. So, and obviously we have a new pitching coach here, Kevin Walker. He really preaches, it's process driven. It's obviously the results matter, but if you stay true to the process, if you stay consistent, the results will work themselves out. So that's really the biggest thing.
The good start to the year for Woods has seen him strike out 7 in 5 2/3 innings, and he attributes the start to his season to what he did in the offseason.
Had a great offseason. It's probably my best offseason yet. Trained over at Vanderbilt University. had a great crew over there. A lot of big leaguers, a lot of guys that's played the game for a long time. And just surrounding myself with those guys, I feel like just naturally made me better. Really focused and driven on everything I needed to work on and stay consistent through it all. So I think it really helped coming into the season. Just even in life, when you work so hard at something and it actually gets realized and, it gets brought up, it's a good feeling, So I think, just working every day, coming to the field with a smile on my face and just pushing all my teammates to be better. I think that all started in the offseason, and it's carried on to now, so I can't really complain.
The Curve wrap up their series with the Portland Sea Dogs today at 1 o'clock. Right-hander Christian Curtis is on the mound in the series finale. With AA Altoona, this is John Moses.
All right, John, thank you very much. Not much better at AAA Indianapolis. Yesterday, Altoona and Indy, they entered a combined 6-26. Not that overall record is end-all, be-all, but I think it does mean something. There are a couple of hot Indianapolis Indians, including Esmeralyn Valdez, leading the club with an OPS of .962. He has 4 home runs. So let's get the latest on some of the bright spots with Andrew Kappas.
With the Indianapolis Indians, I'm Andrew Kappas. Esmeralyn Valdez was hit on the elbow last Saturday at the conclusion of the previous homestand for the Indians. Missed 1 game, but has not really affected his 2026 campaign thus far with Indy. Did have his 17-game on-base streak snapped on Friday night, but that was still the longest stretch in the International League to start the campaign. And Valdez, back-to-back 20 home run seasons across 3 different levels the last couple of years, seems poised for yet another as he makes a significant jump to AAA at the age of 22. He's got 4 doubles and 4 homers in just 19 games. And oh, by the way, despite the power, he's walking a lot too. 20 walks to only 16 strikeouts to start his year. That's good for an on-base percentage of .446 and an OPS of .960. He had a great Saturday when the Indians won. He had 2 doubles and home run on the road trip as well. Valdez swinging the bat well with that elbow fully healthy with just 1 day off. Meanwhile, a slow start to the season for Endy Rodriguez seems to be coming out of it based on the results from the last couple nights. On Thursday, Endy went 3 for 4, couple of doubles, knocked in 4 runs in a come-from-behind victory, added another base hit with a couple walks on Friday, reached base again on Saturday. His average is up 49 points in just 3 days. Indy will conclude a road trip in Omaha today, return home on Tuesday. With Indianapolis, I'm Andrew Kappas.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. Good to hear on the Endy Rodriguez front, because when you just look at the stats and you see the OPS at .572, that sort of jumps off the page at you. Some other key names, Rafael Flores, the guy acquired for David Bednar in the Yankees transaction. He's off to a fairly slow start, a sub 700 OPS, 206 batting average. Told you earlier about Password Garcia, Justinson Garcia. Be curious as to whether or not the two are related here, but he goes on the 7-day injured list. If you're just joining us, lower back tightness. He was off to just an abysmal start, a 158 batting average, OPS of 361, and this is a guy that's supposed to have some slug. The slug was at just 175, so I would love to get an update on that from Ben Cherington coming up here in a little bit. So Tamar Johnson, 470 OPS, 136 batting average, so a lot of guys off to slow starts. Pirates starting lineups, let's take a look at them quickly. Brought to you by our friends at Central Outreach. Jake Mangum is in left field. Nick Gonzalez plays second base, hits second. Brian Reynolds hitless in his last 12 at-bats. Slides over to right field. He'll hit third. A 6-game hit streak, hitting .385 over that time with a couple of homers and 7 driven in for DH Marcell Ozuna. He'll clean up. O'Neal Cruz has faded a bit, not as scorching hot coming into the homestand. On the 7-gamer, he's just 6 of 27, a .222 average. He'll be in center field. Yesterday, Nick York broke out of an 0 for 18 slump with the 8th inning RBI single. He's at third base today. Connor Griffin, don't look now, 5-game hit streak, hitting .318 over that time. Hits 7th at shortstop. Joey Bart catching, hitting 8th with Billy Cook getting the start at first base today with the tough left-hander Shane McClanahan on the mound. Spencer Horwitz, Brandon Lowe, and Ryan O'Hearn all sitting today, and Henry Davis as well. Mitch Keller does not hold runners well. Joey Bart does not throw out runners well. Just 1 of 11, though the two are married together as batteries, so that might have something to do with it. A key to victory brought to you by Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville today will be to shut down a strong running game of Chandler Simpson, among others, on the Tampa Bay Rays. You can't be giving up too many extra 90s. So there you have it. The scene is set. Coming up with the call of the game, brought to you by the Pennsylvania One Call system. Know what's below and contact 811 before you dig. Eventually, it's Greg Brown and Bob Walk who will join me on the postgame show from Og Murphy and Perkoski after Pirates Rays 1:35 first pitch. But we invite you to stay tuned. We'll hear from Ben Cherington. Jason Mackey on the Pirates Insider Show is coming up here in just a moment. Special thanks to Joel Nelson for his work back in our Green Tree studios. Dan Zang really signing off. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show. North Shore Tavern, your home for steak on a stone. And it's Pirates Rays. Game 3 of this series. The rubber match after the Bucks fell in Game 2. We'll talk to you post-game.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant.